Welcome to session 28. And previously, you dealt with the Kylon that had infiltrated the city, and you believed at the time that the city guard was likely involved. You dealt with the West City Guard captain, the Dragonborn Captain Takra Razgar, who felt dishonored by the lack of trust by the city council and the city lord. Ultimately, you discovered that a secret organization called the Sword of Justice was involved, and that the guard, Delor, was duped. You dealt with the Gara de Sombra delegation, masquerading as the Gara de Daga, in order to deal with Pico and Oreo for going against the clan. After infiltrating the guest house where they were staying, you found out the truth. This was a ploy to stop the expeditions to Lumev. You also discovered that the Gara de Sombra was working with a faction within or related to House Lorgai, one of the lesser noble houses that had to leave their main Maven estates to make room for House Morcolt from Murthy and House Aikla from Thomer due to political issues. While following leads that Gimbal gave Ragu to find various magical artifacts and the ability to telepathically speak with Pico in animal form, you came across a secret tunnel where you learned that part of the Grey Cult was meeting. You found an old man in danger to a cave-in and learned that several of his allies had gone on ahead and had most likely been captured by the cultists. The man called himself Jared, who is part of an organization opposed to the Grey Cult and the Kylon in general. When pressed, he said that his organizations work with nobles that think the same way that they do. He called them the Restorers. You helped Jared rescue his allies from the cultists, and they gave you some additional information in return. He asked for some information from you and how to contact you in the future. His group was going to follow the tracks of the Grey Cult to find out who they are and who is paying for their operation. You finally reached a true city in Lumev, even though it was destroyed. You managed to find clues to a weapon used to eradicate the Kylon, who clearly affected that world. You discovered that the weapon is dangerous, however, and was not able to figure out its whereabouts or any details. You have returned to Mavin from your long expedition. Carl asked you to return home for a few hours to rest and unpack, and to return to the Nexus Guild before beginning your training. So that was pretty long. Sorry about that, but you've indeed had a chance to go back to the places you're staying, spend a couple of hours to rest, unpack. Is there anything you're doing in those few hours before going back to the Nexus Guild?
So wait a minute, what point are we leaving off or picking back up at then?
So last session you had arrived, you had talked to Carl, and then Carl asked you to go back to your homes and then return after unpacking and settling down for a couple hours before starting your training. So basically, this is still the first day you came back.
Okay, that's what I was looking for.
What's the date?
It would be the 16th. The 30th date shown here is after all your downtime's over with, but we're going to be doing a few things during downtime in the meanwhile. All right. So if not, I will go ahead and move you to the Nexus Guild map. And as you arrive, you find Elru outside waiting to meet you again. And then she bows her head a little and she says, "Well, did you get a chance to take a nap?"
Yes, and a much needed one.
Okay, well, good, because you're going to be busy, super busy. And then she takes you inside. And eventually she takes you to Carl. And once you are in his office, she closes the door and leads you, and then leaves you and Carl alone. And so Carl looks at all of you and he says, "Well, welcome back. there is a lot to talk about. So let's get to it, shall we? And let us get to it indeed. So, it says, well, we're going to need you to go to all your individual guilds, and I know many or all of you have special missions, and you'll need to go through and get your rewards for anything you're able to accomplish. And of course, you'll be going through your training. But before we do that, you will be reaching the level of Expert 2, and as a result, the guild, as we did previously, would like to offer you an additional reward. We have 12 of these magical artifacts, and each one of you can pick one of these artifacts. And so before we go on, let me show you them now. And at this point in time, he reveals a table, and on the table is a series of artifacts of different sizes. And you guys at this point can look through that list and try to figure out amongst yourselves who gets what.
A mage hand appears out of nowhere and grabs the boots.
Fair enough. So the way it works is each item has the name, and it has the listing. Any wording such as how often it can be used is changed, and it tells you special requirements like needs attunement, or needs attunement by spellcaster, or can only be used by sorcerer, or what have you.
What is the AC of the adamantine chainmail?
It's the same as normal chainmail.
Okay.
Its benefit is the critical hit effect. And I would suggest that if you are picking something or thinking about picking something, just post it in chat so everybody else can see.
Yeah, I'm still reading through them.
Yeah, no problem.
I know. I didn't say I was looking at the boots. Chill out.
Fair enough. That's odd.
I was going for that one, but you claimed it, Ragu, so good job.
Oh, why did did you
Too
want
late.
that?
You claimed it. It's all good. That's the whole point. People have to claim what they like.
I don't know if I don't know what I want. None of them are really all that useful for me.
Well,
I guess other than the power.
one thing I would possibly suggest is I think you wear chainmail, although I could be wrong about that. But if so, the adamantine chainmail would protect you against critical hits.
Don't I? I think I already have like a special kind of chainmail. Yeah, I have mithril.
Actually, I think. Oh, never mind. I'm not going to say nothing.
Yeah, the mithril chainmail allows you to roll stealth without being at disadvantage. The adamantine chainmail would protect you against critical hits. So I guess you got to decide which one of those you like better.
Rather be able to stealth. Um,
I'll take the boots of speed.
okay.
Way too slow.
There's the boots of elven kind.
Those are the ones the Pico took.
No, he
No, I
took
think
the
this
boots
is
of speed,
Oh,
and
I
that's
thought
the
you were
only reason
you.
I said
Yeah.
something.
No, because like there's two boots, but that's I was like Elven kind.
Oh,
Do we have any
okay.
Elvins
I
in
didn't
the
see there
group?
was another set. As soon as I saw Boots of Speed, that was what I was going for.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Okay, cool. Good to know.
So if you want to take the boots of Elvenkind, you can.
It doesn't work though. I'm not Elven.
You don't have to be an elf to wear boots of elven kind.
Technically, the boots in 5e say you have those work for elves.
Oh, really? I didn't see that actually when I was looking at it. Let me double check.
I don't see a requirement like this in D&D Beyond.
Yeah, it doesn't say that. Roll 20.
The only
Yeah, there's no requirement for elves. Not in Roll20 anyway.
You are required to have feet, though.
So yeah, you can technically use the boots of Elvenkind. Yeah, if you had to be an elf to wear them, or at least if that's what I thought, I wouldn't have included them.
I'll take them then.
Mainly because we don't have any pure elves.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a half elf. I might qualify if the requirement is being elven, but yeah,
That would allow you to wear one of them.
yeah. I'd only wear half the pair.
Yeah, I don't know which one I want.
Oh, dude, that astral shard would be awesome. You can teleport away from creatures attacking you every time you use meta magic.
Use meta magic.
That would only work for Galen, I think.
Oh, yeah, that's what I was talking about. Sorry.
Yeah, he'll have to.
I know he's not here. I know.
He'll have to pick from the list when he comes back, based on whatever's
Yeah.
left.
Well, I guess nobody's going to claim that unless they're going to be a troll. 'Cause I don't. Yeah, actually,
It
can
doesn't
anybody
do
else
anything else.
even use it?
That's
Oh,
pretty much
actually, I
it.
guess I could, but there'd be no point in it because I can't do meta magic.
I was gonna say theoretically I could because I could use it as a spell focus, but that's all it'd be for me.
Yes, I'll take the Pearl of Power.
Okay.
That's the only useful.
All right. And that would allow you to gain back an extra spell slot, so that's useful.
I don't really use that many spells, anyways. I've never had that problem yet. But that's probably
Yeah, you
good.
never know.
That's the
Think of it as a free spell. If that's what you're taking, put it in chat.
problem.
Oh, that's a good point. Yeah, I should.
Trying to figure out how. Oh, I guess I just type it.
And once you decide on what you're going to take, go ahead and add it to your sheet. You can use the wording that's here so that there isn't any confusion between how often it can be used, and so on.
Oh.
Is there a? Oh, there it is. Never mind. Found it.
And it looks like Shane might not be here for a while, so I guess we won't wait for him. I guess that means we're done with that part. And once Shane returns, I'll go ahead and bring up the list, and he can choose something at that point. All right, so once you pick the item from the table, Carl has the rest of it taken away. And then he says, well, we need to go through your training, and then you have your week of downtime, which you can do with as you wish, but I suggest resting. And once that, on the last day of your downtime, I would like you to come in sometime during the day as a group so that we can go through with your briefing. And once we figure out exactly what it is we need you to be doing, we have an idea, but we want to finish off a few things first. So I suggest that your next course of action would be to go to your individual guilds and get whatever rewards are warranted from there, and then and once that you've completed that, you will start your training in earnest. Is there anything you need before you leave? From the silence, I'll take that as a no.
I can't think of anything right now.
All right. So,
I'm sure anything we need you're going to give us in 2 weeks.
fair enough. So Elru comes and escorts you out, and she's kind of bouncing around, and she winks at Oreo, and she says, "I'll see you in a week," and then she goes inside.
Yep.
All right. So you go through your. I'm assuming you're going to go to your individual guilds, correct?
How is it an expert rogue can be so unsubtle?
Yep, going to our own guilds.
All righty.
All right. Yep.
So we'll go ahead and start with Ragu. So let me go ahead and open.
Actually, Shane says he's canceling the test and going to be jumping in shortly.
So, yeah.
How soon is shortly?
He said a minute of.
Okay, so yeah, before going on, then we can go ahead and go through the magic items again with him, or he can look at it while we go to Ragu.
Can I make a question just for clarification while we're waiting then?
Sure. Go ahead.
Just so I understood the way that the 2 weeks are being broken down, the first week is training just to level up. We can't do anything else during that week?
You still can do one downtime activity. It doesn't necessarily, you're going to be busy. It might not necessarily make the most sense, but I went ahead and did it anyway, just so that you can use that time. So you can have an activity for both weeks.
Well, my more of the question is, are we only able to get 1 week's worth of specialty training for the specialty skills that we have, or can
No,
we
you
claim
you can
2
get 2
full
weeks.
weeks?
Yeah, you
Oh,
can think of
sweet.
it as that first week you spend a couple hours each day dealing with that in addition to all your other training. So yeah,
Perfect.
that'll work.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Thank you.
No problem. All right, so while we're waiting for Shane, we're going to go ahead and start with Ragu. So
Okay.
Ragu, sorry, go ahead.
I'm sorry, go ahead. No, I just said okay.
Okay. So you arrive at the Order of Steel, and you get let in, and you can see it's not your usual contact this time, but he has papers in front of him, and he says, "So, warrior, your goal was to learn about the civilization of Lumev." And to learn more about it. And you had already done an excellent job previously. And so we want to find out what is it you've done as far as finding recordings that give us insight into their civilization.
Well, I have 1 second as I bring them up. I have several documents here recording actual civilizations that are on Lumev, intelligent creatures that are living there from the past archaeological findings that they are some way either related or created by the original Lumev civilization, and I go on to describe about the crystal critters and the cyborg crabs. Um, I explained the huge city. I have documents noting all of it, plus Ire and my maps. Um, I
Okay,
also,
he looks at all that and then he says, "Wow, this is quite impressive. I am authorized to pay you between 50 and 300 silvers, but this is worth more than that, I will say. So I will go past my allowed budget and give you 500 silvers for all this information. And I would like to follow up. And in addition, this is so much that any training you wish to do for the next 2 weeks with this guild is free.
oh, why, thank you very much.
Thank you. No, thank you.
Oh, I do have one other thing to show the civilizations, and that was going on to explain about the botany place and everything like that. I'm scrolling down right now.
Okay.
I have a 3-inch Venus flytrap looking statue and a 3-inch humanoid looking statue. Both of them are of fine quality, and just doing research on the manufacturing process would show how advanced they were.
That is amazing. I have to thank you. If you need something that you think this guild would be able to provide you, please come and ask. You have a favor.
Oh, excellent. Thank you very much.
Okay, so Ragu leaves that particular office, and at this point in time, Ragu, you would begin your actual training process, and it will continue on for the next week. So while I'm going through everybody else, start thinking about what you want to do for the downtime for this first week.
Okay.
All right, Oreo, you arrive at the Society of Self, and you get let back into what seems to be a secret room. He actually pulls the book on the bookcase, opens it up when no one's around, leads you in, all of that. And once he's inside, he sits you down and says, "Do you have it?"
I do, and I pull out the blade with green metal vibrating-ish up in front.
His eyes open wide, and he says, "Out of all the treasures that you may have found on Lumev, this will be the most useful for us. So I thank you for being able to retrieve it."
Any
And
chance that anything that comes about from research off of this thing I can learn about before we leave? Just so I gotta get an idea of what exactly we're messing with in terms of weapons?
absolutely,
All right.
that sounds perfectly reasonable. And
Thank you.
I was authorized to pay you 300, but this weapon is its value is in unmeasurable. So unfortunately, I cannot give you infinite money. So you're going to have to deal with 500 silvers. However, I am willing for the next 2 weeks to offer you free training with the guild for any additional skills you wish to learn, and consider the guild as owing you a favor.
Thank you very much. I also wanted to see if this would be of any use, and I take out the remnants of the other fruit I've been collecting as we've been foraging throughout, kind of going back to the first fruit that I shared to kind of see if they've been able to harvest anything in the time that we've been away. And then I've been lazy. One of them you said was like a green fruit that I decided to call, what the hell was it? Mushy, and then the other one you said was like a spiny fruit. I'm calling that prickly. So
Okay.
I'm giving him two different types of fruits here that I'm like, I don't know how these are exactly done, but I figure that if you guys have done something similar with the other ones, these might be of additional use.
Excellent. We actually been working with some of the other guilds in this regard to attempt to grow some of the plants from Lumev and to get an idea how the world is similar and different from our own. So this will go nicely with that effort.
And then there's also one other thing that I wanted to see if you guys could maybe do some sort of research before we leave. I found these and I take out a vial which with leaves I guess they're all, I don't know if they're dead or not, but at the time when those leaves were collected, they had an essence of like drowsiness to anybody that was nearby. If you guys can kind of dig up what it is and if there's any way of maybe weaponizing something like that before I leave, that would be kind of nifty to have.
It would be nifty indeed. I will take that. Thank you very much.
And that should be it from my side.
All right. Thank you. All right. Galen, are you here yet?
He's not
I
going to be
mean,
here till
sorry.
next
I
week.
meant to say Ire. Are you here yet?
Now, I may or may not disconnect at any moment because my computer's blue screening off and on every time I use it. So bear that in mind. But yeah, for now.
Okay. So there's two things then for you. One is on the sidebar at the top, you should have something called Expert 2 Magic Items. And you can pick one of those items that hasn't been claimed in the chat. Do you see that? And then the other thing is you and Galen would be going to the Agents of Fate, your guild, to tell them about what you've done. Unfortunately, Galen is awfully quiet and despondent for some reason in his room, and you are the representative.
Cool.
So let me get this going. All right, so you arrive at the guild, and you meet with your contact there, and then he says, "We are keenly interested in the Spire and what you have learned that add to the knowledge from the previous expedition. So, what do you have to say?"
I don't. Did we go to the Spire again this time?
Yeah, we did.
I honestly don't remember what we did at Spire.
Galen isn't here, so if you guys want to give him some pointers, you can.
I might actually not have been here, but I'm just blanking. I don't remember what we did at Spire. I know we did find a couple other of the keys that the circle things. Right?
Well, here, I'll give the summary of what I wrote down as notes for when we were in there. So the next day, the morning of Rysel 22nd, we continued traveling and reached the Spire at about midday. We entered the Spire and replenished our water supplies. Once we were all ready, I placed 4 of the discs and unlocked the entry to the level below. In the room below, there were statues in the room. As Oreo approached, the statues began to animate. Each statue crouches down, pushing out both of its hands to the heavens, then stands up, then repeats the cycle. There were double doors to the west and another hatch to the level below. I helped Oreo check the door for traps. She didn't find any, so I opened the door. Beyond were a couple of pools of water. Devok and I drank the water and became somewhat weaker as a result. The draining sensation was an unwelcome reminder of my first day in the Nexus. Ragu drank the water and became stronger. Exploring other rooms of the same floor, I found a pool with statues indicating someone laying in a pool of water. Against my better judgment, I did so and found myself cured of my weakened state. What a relief. Having explored the floor, I used the remainder of my disc to unlock the next level down. During our exploration on the 3rd level down, we found a room with a pool surrounded by benches. Based on the statue's actions, I decided to drink the water and sit down. A comfortable drowsy sensation overtook me and I fell asleep. When Ragu woke me up, I found myself free of injury. Ragu informed me that despite my usual death-like slumber, I was audibly snoring. The party had done some exploring while I was resting. They were trying to make their way through another hatch. As it turns out, there was an exit to the south. Inspiration struck, and I decided to scale the cliff face to enter from the top. From there, I decided to descend 2 levels with the intent to collect the discs as I returned to the entrance. This had the effect of locking the 3rd floor down. Hearing Ragu shouting through the locked door, I reinstalled the discs. He attempted to barricade one of the doors on the 3rd floor down, but that resulted in setting off some sort of alarm. I removed and reinstalled the discs, which cleared the alarm, but it appears the next time we try such a stunt, we'll likely regret the outcome. Unable to find any more discs by legitimate means, we continued traveling north and camped for the night about a half day away from the Automata Cave. Hopefully that'll refresh your memory.
Okay, so at this point in time, I guess we'll just say that you say that, and the response is, "Wow, Ire, that was awfully thorough." And he says, Well, you definitely did what we asked you to do. So we will pay you the 500 silvers that you were promised, and then he hands you 500 silvers, probably in the form of 5 platinum.
Okay.
All right, and then finally, Davok and Pico, you wind up going to the Arcane Tower. And as you arrive and you get let in, you get herded to a back room, and then your contact says, "So you have arrived today. I congratulate the both of you for surviving. And well, we sent you to explore to see if you can explore deeper into the Automata Cave. So were you able to do so?"
Yes, we were.
Excellent. And were you able to map the interior?
Yep, we mapped the interior, so here's that. We also took notes about a lot of the stuff we found inside. So one of the things we determined is that the location appears to be used to manufacture and repair automata war machines. Basically, they're machines a lot larger than and weaponized than the automata we've recovered so far. Um, we also did find some evidence that we found some special, we'll call it a sarcophagus for lack of a better term. There was more than one, but in each one we found the remains of Shadowkind inside. The remains were decayed, but not as much as you would expect for the age that they had to have been in there. So they appear to have some means for trying to extend their lives in these things, but they seem to be powered by a large power crystal that had been largely depleted when we showed up. So apparently those things won't last forever in that regard. We also found some evidence of some of their weapons. They tend to have these, they seem to be fond of some devices that you can throw that explode. Um, and let's see, what else did we find? And I think we found a total of 16 of the automata in various stages of construction or repair. There were there was a lot of sabotage inside. It looks like whatever conflict uh, was happening in Lumev, whoever was controlling that cave had to destroy things before some enemies advanced. But we don't have any real detail with that.
He's nodding as you talk, and he says, "That is excellent information. Do you have anything to add, Davok?"
Not that he didn't already.
Okay, excellent. Well, you have completed your tasks, so
Oh, I'll also use minor illusion to show what some of these large format automata look like.
he looks at them and he says, "And some of those were missing. That is not a pleasant thought. Anyway, you have both accomplished your tasks." So he hands 5 platinum to Pico and 5 platinum to Davok, and he says, "Well, you may go on your way and can begin your training, but before you go, Davok, we I've been informed that one of your instructors by the name of Sirius Zarvin wishes to speak with you privately. So you can go do that, and Pico, good luck on your training." And
Okay.
then he gives you instructions to Sirius's office. Are you going to go do that, Davok?
Sure.
All right, so you show up at his office, and once you enter, he kind of looks around to make sure that no one's following you. And you recognize this. He is basically the lead instructor when it comes to necromancy. In order to become a necromancer, to learn necromancy, you had to become a sort of a member of the Circle of Life, and so you know him from that. So he has you sit, and he says, well, congratulations for becoming an expert, a second level expert. And we have been watching your growth and believe that you are a good candidate for full membership in the Secret of Life organization due to your rank and skill. And we believe that it is to your benefit as well. You see, the Necropolis has increased its security recently due to various recent events, making gaining various resources much more difficult. However, as a full member, we have access to the catacombs beneath, and we have managed to keep that secret up until this time. And with access to these catacombs, you have access to high quality corpses, skulls, and other resources that you may need. Is this
Good.
something you're interested in?
Yes. Very much so.
All right. So, and the other thing that you can do there is you can store corpses and living dead when not in use, such as when you need to work in the city, as an example.
Yeah.
And of course, if you become a member, you gain access to the catacombs whenever desired. However, there are some things that must be done. So, the first thing to note is people from all walks of life are members. And some of those may be what you'd call on the wrong side of the road. But it is paramount that no matter which side of the road you're on, that the Circle of Life and the Necropolis catacombs must remain secret. As part of the organization, secrecy is paramount. Only members are allowed to know of and to enter the catacombs, or even to know of the organization as a whole. In order to gain membership, Davok, you will need to meet the representatives. There is a gnarly old tree south of the Necropolis. I can give you more precise directions. And there you will be escorted, blindfolded, and encased in magic into the Necropolis, and you will be given a test. And it is only upon passing that test and then going through the ceremony that you will become a true member. And you can do this by showing up at the tree after the 30th on a Marika Day, a Berisha Day, or an Adler Day at midnight.
Okay. Cool. Where's the calendar?
So if there should be a link to the calendar. Hold on. I'm having a little bit of technical issues myself over here. Anyway, if you go...
Link in the chat.
Oh, fair enough. Yeah, so if you just click on that, you should see the 30th is the day after the day after all your downtime's over, and then you can see after the 30th, you can see the Marika Day, Allen Day, and all of that. All right.
Yeah.
So you might want to write down the days. I'll go ahead and post them in chat for you. No. Come on. Copy. Go on. All right. Do you see it in chat? All right. All right. So then after you leave, before you leave, he says, "Do you have any questions before you go?"
Oh, I don't think so.
Excellent. Well, I hope to welcome you as a full member soon, and then you leave and you start your proper guild training. All right. I think I've covered everybody. So you go through your training. So I'll go through everybody go through everybody in the list, and then you can say any special events or anything that happened to you during your training. So with Ragu, how was your training? Is there anything special or eventful that happened?
Um, that is something I want to clear out of the air, just just to make it said.
Go ahead.
Anything that you have been hearing about the magical class being destroyed at my guild was a vicious lie. It was not me. I did not do it. It was an accident, and I have already apologized. So I'd like to speak no more of it.
Fair enough. Excellent.
Wait, so you didn't do it, but it was
Wait.
an accident?
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Oh,
It never happened. I didn't do it. The thing that never happened was an accident, and I apologize for the thing I didn't do that never happened.
fair enough.
Okay, reasonable.
Checks
Good to
out.
know.
Yeah.
All right, Devok, how about you? Did anything interesting happen while you were training?
Um, not yet.
Okay.
Not yet.
Do you want me to loop back to you or not this time?
No, it's just that interesting things will happen afterwards.
Okay, fair enough. All right, Ire, how about you?
I haven't even quite decided what I'm doing for my training, so not at this moment.
Okay.
I'm trying to find the link that shows when I
I'm also trying to find that link.
Sorry, what link are you looking for?
the one with the downtimes.
If you go to the World Anvil site,
Can you link that?
You can just type Nexus 5e, I think, in World Anvil, I think, and it'll come up.
I think I know where it is. It's in the Discord.
So
Oh, that's right. Yeah, there's the Discord.
there's and then then you just click on rules, I believe.
Yeah, I see it.
Okay. Cool. So while you're looking through that, is there anything that happens interesting that happens to you during your training, or anything you want to mention that your character does while training for the next level? Well, if you can't think of anything, that's okay. We can go over it next time. All right. Oreo, how about you? Anything interesting happen while you're training?
This is again the 2 weeks, full 2 weeks, or
Just the 1 week.
First of the week.
This is just your training for your level up.
oh, so the level up.
This isn't
She
downtime.
would've-
This is like anything interesting that happens while you're training. Like there's an accident
gotcha.
or some you have some interesting anecdote about your training or your classes or anything like that.
No, I mean story-wise, no, I don't have anything. Now, if it's just a matter of like what did she kind of gain during that week, she would have specialized in 2 new skills as a rogue, and so she's extra sharp in survival and perception at this point. So that's
Okay.
about it.
Fair enough. And then finally, Pico. Do you have anything?
About the only real noteworthy thing during the training was that given the extensive time away, the instructors expected that they were going to have to retread some old ground, but they were somewhat pleasantly surprised that I seemed to be ahead on things due to trying to find time to practice climbing while on the expedition. So everything went faster than the instructors expected, and even though I'm not exactly at the top of the class, they were still satisfied and declared me proficient in climbing.
Okay, brilliant. All right, now that we've done that, we'll go ahead and go through and figure out what you're doing for your downtime for your first week. This is just the mechanical thing of whatever it is you're doing. So, Ragu, what are you doing during your downtime? First week only.
Actually, I do have quite a bit to do here. I'm gonna go to my old friend Gimbal.
Okay, I would suggest you probably do that in your second week because your first week you're going to be fairly busy. So if you have mechanical things you can do like skill training, it's probably better to do that during your first week.
Okay. Actually, that's the kind of the problem. I wouldn't be doing skill training depending on how some of this goes. I also need to try and ask my guild. You said I had a favor there.
Yeah.
I have several things that I need to try and identify from Lumev, and each one's going to take like a week.
Okay.
Then maybe we stick him last on the mechanical stuff. That way, that whole 2 weeks thing can sort of be done all at once.
Yeah, that's fine. We can save you for last.
Okay.
All right, Davak, what do you do during your first week of downtime?
One second.
Well, while you're thinking about it, I'll loop back to you.
Yeah, that'd be good.
Okay. Oreo, what are you doing during your first week of downtime?
It's going to be the same as it's going to be for the second week. I'm doing 2 weeks of specialization so I can put in guardian as a thing I can do now.
Okay. Excellent. And then Pico, what are you doing during your first week of downtime?
Well, as the flavor stuff indicated, I am working on finally finishing off my climbing so that I've got proficiency.
Great. So after that first week, you are now proficient. That's great. All right, Davak, were you able to figure it out, or do you want to hold off on a bit?
If you can hold off, that'd be cool. I just had to figure out what skill I want to be proficient at.
Okay, fair enough. So previously, you as a group, you tended to go back to the Snoring Dragon Inn, which is where most of the group is staying, in order to have dinner. And I believe everybody's still in the habit of doing that. Is that correct?
Mhm.
And then once you're done with that, then Davak will then head off to where he lives. But at least then you can have dinner together. And during your week of training, everything is so hectic that may not always work out. You know, people have scheduling conflicts and whatnot. But as that comes to a close, you have more time, and you get together. But you notice that as you're going to the inn from your last day of training, that it is much busier than normal. Sorry, I'm still having connectivity issues here. It's much busier than normal, so I'm going to go ahead and switch you to the inn map. Zooming, there it is. And looks like I haven't placed you all on here yet. Oh yeah, I have. So you enter the inn, and the first thing that happens is that the innkeeper, Gregorio, asks the group, or each one of you except for Davak, for your rent, 100 silvers. So he asks that each person except for Davak pay for your rent. So do you do so?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then he says, as usual, food is covered, but you must pay for any drinks after the first. And then he has you seated at the only table that is large enough for your entire group to fit. And at this point in time, you should see a map of an inn, and you should see the 6 of you seating at a table. And Oreo, you notice that Toulouse and Elru seem to be having a conversation at one of the tables. You haven't seen them at this inn before, but there's so many people here tonight that it's probably not that surprising. And
Did you say Toulouse?
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he did.
How curious.
Mm.
Anyway, and you can hear snatches of conversations from the nearby groups. So what do you do?
Uh, mm, I mean, does it look like they are just being casual talking,
Yeah, it looks
or
like
is
it.
it
Yeah, they just seem to be sitting there chatting. I don't think you've ever
um
seen them together either before.
okay, I guess I'll tell the guys that I'll be right back, and then I will just casually make my way over to the table and just kind of do pleasantries, kind of say hi. What's going on?
Okay, as you're going past, you pick up a conversation from the first table that seems to involve an expedition returning from Lumev, and you pick up a conversation at the second table that seems to involve a festival, and then you arrive at the table with Toulouse and Elru. And at this point in time, Elru waves and she says, "Oh, you're here. I thought this is where you're staying." And then she comes over and she says, "Unfortunately, I'm just on my way out, but you can talk to your friend here. I'm sure she has lots to say." And then at this point in time, you notice Elru just kind of leaving.
Does she look like she intentionally left as soon as I came, or she was just genuinely like, is it an insight check to see
You
if
can
that
make
was
an
kind of
insight check, yeah.
okay?
Ooh.
You get the impression that she was probably getting ready to leave, but she timed her departure for when you showed up.
Okay, I kind of look over to Toulouse and just kind of give a bit of a what the hell was that all about?
She shrugs her shoulders and she says, "Well, why don't you have a seat, Dorio?"
Uh, sure. Sit down.
So,
So,
yeah, we were just discussing some of the stuff going on. I don't know if you've heard, but there's been some protests against the various expeditions into Lumev, and so things are getting kind of heated here in the city, and we were kind of just talking about that. It's not really that interesting to me because I have no. It doesn't really matter to me whether we continue to explore Lumev or not, but it seems to matter to Elru, and I can imagine why, considering what you do. So,
Fair.
yeah, that's most of it. Um,
But what do you exactly you mean the protests? Like, what is it that people are fighting about exactly? They don't like the fact that people are doing expeditions there?
yeah, there seems to be a lot of some groups in the city that seem to be really against this whole thing. Some talk about going there can attract the Kylon or other creatures from beyond and dangerous technologies, something, stuff like that. I'm not sure where all this talk is coming from, honestly.
Okay, is it a certain group in particular, or is it just random people that are trying to build this?
It seems to be just ordinary folks for the most part. Although you know how these things go, there might be shadowy organizations in the background pulling strings or convincing people of who knows what. But yeah, it's definitely a bit worrisome. Things have gotten a little bit more tense lately.
But there's no like main face that's leading this charge, so to speak. Like no one that's been called out as somebody who's leading this group.
Not that I can tell.
Okay.
Meanwhile, if we go back to the rest of the group, you've seen Oreo kind of walk over to Toulouse and Elru. You saw Elru just kind of leave as soon as Oreo showed up. And you hear conversations in the nearby tables related to one from the expedition and one talking about a festival. So, what are you guys going to do?
um, what time is it?
You've probably just gotten back for dinner, so probably 7, 8 o'clock.
And we should have dinner.
Okay. So at some point, the one of the waitresses comes by and gets your order. And meanwhile, you can hear that there's actually a performer who seems to be singing some songs. And you can hear music coming from the other common room as well. And you hear somebody giggling from one of the nearby tables, something about Hamila and her dress. And then once you give your order, the waitress quickly takes off in order to go get it filled.
Cool.
All right, so your order is out, and back to you, Oreo. So what are you doing?
Well, I guess if that was the entire bit that she wanted to fill me in on, I guess the only other question is, since I've never seen her with Elru before, just kind of curiosity, just ask like, you guys don't hang out often?
No, actually, I th- I actually just came here because, well, I heard you talk about this place before. It's a pretty nice place to go and eat, and I knew it was probably going to be a festive night, um, and so I just decided to come, and join the festivities. And then Elru just popped out of nowhere. I mean, I'd talked to her before. I used to, you know, work at the guild, so I know about her. But I wasn't expecting her to just suddenly show up and start talking to me. It was kind of weird, actually.
Yeah, okay. She does that. Well, I'll let you enjoy your dinner then. It was nice catching up. But if you do hear any other word about these so-called protests, I'll probably just pass by your place sometime before we're asked to head out again.
All right. Yeah. Yeah. I can fill you in a bit more detail if you want it. From what I know. Like I said, I tried to keep my nose clean in this case.
Well, yeah, I mean, like if there's anything that's kind of important from even though I work for the guild, doesn't necessarily mean that I should not be in the know of what's being spread around. It's worthwhile knowing, then it would be nice to get the heads up. So if you know something now, let me know. I don't plan to talk to the guild if it's that what you're worried about.
Well, I can just go over what I know. It's not much, but shortly after you left, I want to say, roughly a week. There was they're calling them anti-portal protests because at least some of them want us to destroy the portals forever. And so, I don't know. Anyway, there was one at the northern gate, where you guys leave, and they block traffic, and there's maybe 100 people from all walks of life. It was pretty annoying for everybody because they were getting in the way, but fortunately nobody was hurt at that one, and it was resolved peacefully enough, I suppose.
It was
And
only one?
no, that was the first one, the first major one anyway. And then later on, there maybe a little over a week after that, there was another protest that seemed to be getting bigger, and it just I think there was actually multiple, but there's one that was talked about by the town criers anyway. And apparently, hundreds of people gathered outside of the gates of the keep, and the city guard um, had to work pretty hard to turn them away. And that was successful, but even then, the town criers are talking about worrying about future events. And then a week after that, not too long ago, there was another larger anti-Lumev protest that was held right outside of the Nexus Guild, if you believe that. And that just happened a couple of days ago, actually. And this time the protest spilled into the nearby park and noble districts, and you know what happens when you start trampling on nobles' lawns and start messing up their property. And that one, there was actually some injuries involved, and it got pretty hairy. But
Same
yeah,
quantity of people, or was it even larger, you said?
it's hundreds of people.
Uh,
And yeah, so I'm not sure what's stirring all this up, but apparently there's rumors that the city lord's going to make an announcement soon about all this. So I guess we'll see how that goes and if it helps at all.
Interesting. Well, I mean, if there's any chance that you can, and I say this a bit more quieter, hoping that she'll just get it. As a matter of fact, I'll use Thieves' Cant to kind of tell this to her. Uh, if you hear anything underground as to news of another upcoming protest or something in this upcoming week or something, can you pass the word to me somehow here? Because that would be very significant to know.
Okay, yeah, you got it. I'll do the best I can.
Okay.
And while you're having this conversation with her, especially when you're doing the thieves' cant, because at that point in time, if I remember correctly, it's hand signals, so you're not actually talking.
Mm-hmm.
You're able to hear a little bit better, and you can hear the words "Grey Colt" mentioned as part of a conversation by the nearby guards. And then going back to the rest of the group, the people at the nearby tables are still having conversations, and eventually the waitress comes up with your food and drink, and as she leaves, you can hear continuing conversations about something about Valenstar celebration and something about protests and the city lord. So what do you do, if anything? And this is the
I'll
rest of the
go.
group.
I'll go ahead and perk my ears up at the word protest. Don't
Okay.
need any more problems in the city.
Okay. You do so, and so if you're trying to listen in, go ahead and give me a perception check.
Okay.
Okay. So you hear someone saying, "Yeah, and these protests, they just keep getting bigger and bigger. Hundreds of people blocking the gates of the keep, and the city guard having to fight to keep them under control, and then recently, spilling out in effect, to the noble districts, and people getting hurt. It's just I don't know what's going on." And then I hear that one of the expeditions just came back. I wonder what that's going to do. So what do you do, Ragu?
I'm still just listening. I'm not letting nobody know nothing about us being that. I was just curious as to what they had to say, what the rumble on the grapevine was.
Okay, so yeah, you're listening to that conversation at this first group about the protests, and what's the rest of the group doing, if anything?
Well, mainly just eating and also just keeping an eye out for any interesting conversations.
Okay, you can go ahead and give me a perception check as well then.
Alrighty. Although I do have a. Hold on a second.
Yeah, if you have a special skill or ability, yeah, just let me know. Okay, that's fair. Yeah, so you'd have an advantage.
For all the good it did me.
Okay, well, you hear the continued talk about the protests, but in the next table over, you can hear talk about a festival of games and a tournament. However, due to all the noise in the room, you're having trouble picking up details. So, do you do anything with that information?
I'll just get back to my meal.
Okay. Oreo, back to you. What are you going to do?
I'm assuming that was all of the information she knew at the moment.
Yep. So yeah, she told you about all those protests. That seems to be all she knows, at
Mm-hmm.
least about the protests. And you also heard the words "gray cult"
Yep.
as part of a conversation from the guard tables. So what do you do?
I will ask this, but I'll do this in Thieves' Cant if she knows anything about the Grey Cult.
Okay. She nods, and then she returns in these cant. She says, "Members of the Grey Cult, which apparently we thought to have been wiped out years ago, attempted to poison various wells throughout the city. They were stopped by the city guard, but they were tipped off by some sort of mysterious group that was unrelated. So that was kind of weird."
Okay. They were just in. I guess they were just hired to poison wells, or were
I'm
they?
not sure if they were hired. All I know is that they definitely tried to poison the wells. I don't know if they were doing it on their own or if they're hired by some other group or not. All I know is some weird, wacky gray cult that should be long gone is now poisoning wells, and some other mysterious group, which I don't even know the name of, is apparently tipping off the city guard about it. It's like somehow they know about it.
Hmm, interesting. Okay. Well, you've offered quite a bit, so thank you for all of that. And again, if you end up hearing anything upcoming from any of the underground groups, send a word to me here, and that would be extremely appreciated.
Okay, of course. Yeah, stop by the shop anytime soon. Although don't forget, I'm gonna be actually. I have a stall at the festival, so
Ah,
I actually won't be at my shop between the 29th to the 1st.
oh yeah, there's a festival. I'm kind of still an outsider here. What exactly is this festival again?
Oh, well, it's actually very interesting. It's a festival of games. So basically, the god Keliak, who the month is named after, he's a god of war, but specifically tactics and games and stuff like that. So there's a whole big festival there, and normally it's only a day, but there's no festival in Celium because the moons just don't line up. So they decided to extend it to 3 days. So there's going to be there's this big thing, there's going to be street side entertainment. There's going to be an open air market that people are going to be selling things from, including me. There's going to be a whole area with games, things like wood chopping and gambling, and I think there's going to be some official games of Emperor's Dice there, which that might be interesting. Anyway, and then that's so the first day is not going to be pretty light. The second day is where everything gets cooking. I think there's going to be a parade, and then the third day there's the Marshall tournament. There was going to be a spell tournament, but apparently last time they tried that, there was some damage, and they decided to cancel that. But there's going to be a big Marshall tournament, and there's some big reward. Like the winners of the Marshall tournament get an invitation to the Valenstar celebration of Gadrak, which is, as you know, it's like the big social event of the season.
The what?
Who's
The what of what? I literally just make it look like she was talking in a different language. The what?
the big social event of the season, the Valen Star Celebration of Gadrak. You haven't heard of it? It's the Valen Star Celebration, to be short. It's one of the biggest noble houses. Well, anyway, they support the Temple of Gadrak, and apparently one of the people from the temple, I forget his name, but anyway, he's becoming the head priest, and they're having a big celebration over it, and they're inviting all the different noble houses and important people, and so obviously if you get invited to that, you get to talk to the most powerful elite of the elite, and so there's a big thing with that. Anyway, so yeah, if you win this tournament, you can get invited to that. I don't know the rules, but I think there's different categories. So the winner of each category gets invited, I think. Anyway, so yeah, so I'm involved in some of that. I can't compete in the tournament, unfortunately, too busy. But other people
Fair.
can.
Oh, that's interesting. She makes it kind of look like it seems like a really exciting bit, but she doesn't look enthusiastic at all. And so she's like, well, again, appreciative of all of that, because that definitely seemed like a word vomit, all in all. But I will let you be now then, and I guess I'll pass by before the celebration to see how you're doing.
Oh, sure. And you can tell by the way she was talking that she said all that at once because it was obvious to her that you knew exactly what she was talking about, even though you obviously haven't been here. You weren't
Nope.
here the last year when they had
Nope.
this, so you had no idea.
Yep. So that's why I'm just trying to look as enthusiastic as I can, which is failing terribly. But with that, I will definitely make my way back. As a matter of fact, as I'm doing so, I'm gonna do it very casually. I want to just kind of go through the middle of these two tables and just kind of try and overhear as much as I can before I make it to the table. But I still want to be very subtle about how I'm squeezing in between.
Do you mean these two tables, or do you mean these tables?
No.
Okay.
The ones going back to the table. Yeah.
All right, go ahead and make a stealth check.
Technically, are we considered attuned to any new items?
Should only take an hour.
Yeah, you've been. This is at the end of the first week, so you've had plenty of time. Yeah.
Sweet. So it's a regular stealth?
Yeah. If you have advantage because of items or whatever, you have advantage.
Yep.
Anyway, so yeah, you squeeze through, and the first table seems to be you hear a conversation less than a week ago. Giant bats swarmed out of the clock tower in the east Fine Shop District. They didn't actually attack anyone, but simply took up residence in the belfries, towers, under the eaves throughout the city. And for a while, the city guard was looking for volunteers to hunt and destroy the creatures. And then one of them says, well, I've volunteered, but kind of chickened out at the last minute when they flew at me. And then from the second group, you hear the Valen Star celebration is on the 5th, but the woman's talking. But the really big thing is that Lady Hemilla of Valen Star, the beautiful granddaughter of the Lord Valen Star himself, will be making an appearance at the celebration. And then as you pass by, you reach your table. And as you arrive, you see that everybody else has food and drink, and your spot is empty.
The hell, guys? Seriously?
Yeah.
I start taking a morsel from everybody's fucking plate and putting it on like any plate on mine.
And as you arrive, the waitress comes back and looks pointedly at your spot and says, "Would you like anything?"
Oh no, I'm fine. As I'm chowing down on some of the bits from everybody's plate.
Yeah, I'm sure if we made assumptions about your meal, we'd be getting similar ire. Pardon the pun, ire.
Yeah, no, I'm good. Thank you very much.
And Ire's not complaining about not getting anything.
Fair enough. And then she leaves. All right. You notice that Ira has a plate in front of him, even though there's nothing on it.
I will pretend like there's food on it and still put it on my plate.
Fair enough.
Rude.
Just staring at him in the face the entire time you're doing it.
Yep. Yep.
All right. So yeah, the conversation is just still going on throughout the place. You guys are eating. So are you guys gonna be talking or do anything while you're eating?
I would just make a very I don't know. I mean, Oreo is good at subtlety. I as a player suck at subtlety. So I'm just gonna try and describe how she's about to go and explain or make a message out of this. But for the rest of you guys' purposes, that's the extent of how I'm gonna do this because I suck at doing this really subtly. She's gonna try and give you guys let's see how to she's gonna start talking about some of the festivities going on, but in the process of doing so, she's gonna try and make, I guess, facial cues to some degree that kind of give away that something odd is going on, and we probably need to go somewhere else to talk in private. So I just want to kind of give it like a very disturbed expression, kind of like, why is she talking like that when she's talking about something good? So it kind of gives everybody the impression like something's up.
Okay.
You know, everybody, I do have a good bottle of good berry whiskey at my house. Maybe we can go for shots after dinner, eh?
Don't we usually have to do a pre-game for that? But sure, okay, I follow the lead.
So, have you guys ever seen this? And I go ahead and in my hand pull out this little tiny little card figurine, and it just shows a bunch of people picketing with signs. And I show that to Oreo, and it's like, does this look familiar to anybody?
Hey, I don't know if you guys picked up on this, but I think Oreo wants to talk in private.
You hear him say that real loud, and then everybody in the group, everybody in the, all the noise stops, and everybody kind of turns toward Ire at this point in time. What do
I
you do?
kind of give a slight smack at the top of the head, but not like super hard, but it's kind of one of those like, sorry, I think our robot here just got a little hiccup or something. Hey, eyes to the freaking empty plate, buddy.
And at this point in time, people lose interest and go back to their conversations.
And then
Well, listen,
I look over to Pico and I nod.
All right. So what do you guys do?
All right. Well, I guess I'll finish my 80% of a meal.
I'll finish my air on the plate.
Okay.
Sustenance.
All right. What about the rest of you?
I'll go ahead and give Oreo the rest of my plate and just finish my water or ale or whatever it is that came with it.
It's
Sweet.
whatever drink you normally get. You get one free,
Yeah.
so it's whichever one of those you wanted.
Yeah, I'll
Just
chow
an ale.
down and then I'll say that she'll just eat pretty quickly and not inhale it, but eat quickly and then follow these guys out.
Fair enough. And am I taking it that once you're done eating, you're heading upstairs? Or are you going to do
Oh,
something
right, because
else?
this is what we're staying. Yeah, yeah. I don't know if it's the most private place, but yes, I think for now we'll just go upstairs.
I guess the last thing before we head off is I'll glance around the main dining area, just checking to see if I see anybody that looks out of the ordinary or suspicious.
Anybody looks out of the ordinary or suspicious? You do notice, they're not really suspicious, but they are out of the ordinary. Two lieutenants. You recognize them from the gates. You'd met them when you were doing the Kylon investigation. Outside of that, nobody looks particularly suspicious. Although you got one guy in a hood, cloaking. It looks like he's sulking in the corner, but he doesn't give off an evil or conniving vibe. He gives more of a just leave me alone kind of vibe.
I guess before I catch up to everybody, I'll go ahead and walk over and check on the lieutenants. Which two did you say they were?
That's Brettel and Garbeck. You should be able to see their names.
Well, I can't, but
Oh,
uh,
that's.
unless one of them's named Pico.
Let me fix that for you then, because I actually meant to show you their names since you had met them before. Okay. Anyway, yeah, they seem to be sitting there at the table. You can see they're drinking. They have empty plates, and they seem to be talking amongst themselves and the other guards. Um, Something about Lady Hamilla, and then you approach and they look up. The guardback says, "You look familiar. Have we met?"
Yes, I spent some time assisting your group about a month or so. No, probably a couple months ago. Remember, you had an investigation going on.
Oh yes, that whole issue. Yeah, I remember you now. So, what can I do for you?
Well, I've been out of town for a while and just happened to see you over here and thought I'd stop by and see how everything's been since last time we were in Mavin.
It's been interesting. Between the Gray Cult getting caught trying to poison wells, um, one of the a lady from one of the large houses, the rumors of her talking to cloaked figures, the tournament coming up, and and that whole spell challenge getting canceled, due to the unfortunate events of last year. I was really looking forward to that. It's all confused, but I'm looking forward to the festival at least.
I think it's been a long time since I've been able to attend a festival. Sounds like it could be fun. Well, I guess I'd better catch up with everybody else, but if anything else is interesting is going on, especially anything I think you might need assistance with, I'd love to hear about it.
Yeah, we might have some more bats that need to be taken care of as well, but that might be beneath you nowadays.
It is nice to not be a novice anymore.
Yep. Yeah, there's some bats that were in some old clock tower, and they're causing all sorts of ruckus throughout the city. So we've actually had to hire some regular folks to kind of deal with them. They're not dangerous. They're just they get in the way and cause damage, that kind of thing.
Well, knowing my experience with bad luck, it wouldn't surprise me if I ended up having to deal with them, even trying not to.
Well, we'll see. Anyway, good talking to you again. If you have any specific questions or need anything, let us know.
Of course. Have a great day. And I'll make my way away. I thought I saw everybody over here.
Okay.
And on my way up, looking off into the other dining area, do I see anything?
You see another crowded dining area, and it's pretty clear. I mean, you don't see anything that kind of jumps out at you as being necessarily problematic. But you can definitely see that it's a lot more crowded than you're used to. Every table practically is full, and you can see that they have the shutters open to the back windows, so people can kind of see they can see the well and see the plants back there. Although most of the other shutters in the building are currently closed.
Let me say that again. Gotta love holiday traffic.
All right, so at this point in time, I assume everybody goes up to your room. Devok doesn't actually sleep there, but I'm assuming he's following to have any sort of conversations that you want to have.
Yep.
So once you arrive in your room, what do you do?
Close the door, kind of get everybody to make a quick check and see if there's, I mean, do we know of any way that there could be things to listen if they wanted to in our room. Like, I mean,
You
I don't
haven't
know. I don't
seen
know if
anything like that so far, but if you want to specifically search for anything like that, if you're looking for physical types of things, like holes or like holes in the wall or anything like that, you can
yeah,
make a
yeah, yeah.
perception check. You can
Okay.
use your Dungeon Delver if you want to. If you're looking for magical methods of listening, you can make an Arcana check.
I'll do the physical, and I'll kind of just give a pointer to the other guys to maybe check from the magical side. So I'll use Dungeon Delver, but looking specifically at anything physical.
Right.
Okay.
All right. Can you
Okay.
give me a hand, quick people?
You search pretty
Sure.
thoroughly, Oreo, and once you're done, you're convinced that if somebody's eavesdropping, it's definitely with magic.
Okay.
That sucked.
Ragu doesn't think there's anybody there's any method of eavesdropping with magic.
Cool. All right. It's all safe. Awesome. All right. Cool. So I will then take the time to explain. Now, I don't know if I should be going through these notes or if you guys had were good with what Jeremy explained. Up to you guys.
Well, what I would suggest is that you guys, as in character, have a discussion about what you've heard. Not necessarily going through everything, although you can do that if you want, but more like, what your take is, what your plans are, that kind of thing.
Okay. Well, I heard that there's apparently been several protests since we've left about what we're doing. Not necessarily just our group, but I guess the other expeditions that have been going about. And they've been incrementing over the past couple weeks, not just in the quantity of protests, but in the number of people protesting, to the point that apparently there's been injuries now reported in the last one. Happened only a couple of days ago. And that I guess the city lord is about to make some announcements upcoming about it all. So it seems like something to look out on, but what do you guys think could be going on?
Well, could be related to the what was the Sword of Justice or whatever. And of course, granted, given anything, you're going to get some idiots complain. I mean, somebody could come up with the end of world famine and war, and there'd be people against that.
Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. What about the rest of you guys? Any thoughts? Or, I mean, I can keep going, but I just want to give a pause for everything.
Well, I do think we're going to want to maintain a low profile. Maybe
It does
not
seem
draw
like
attention to the fact that we work for the Nexus Guild.
that's another thing, yeah.
But whatever's happening, it seems like it's already set in motion. So I don't know if there's much we can do to stop it at this point.
Probably not stop it, but I did tell my contact to at least give me a heads up if she hears anything happening in the upcoming week so we can be alert as to what could be. Because if there's now injuries, we might as well get into the action and try and help anybody that's attempting to hurt others.
Wait, what?
There's apparently been injuries in the last protest, so there's a chance that things might get really bad in the next one if things just keep escalating. So I've asked my contact to kind of give me word if there's a heads up of a possible new protest coming up, especially now that they might have learned there's that an expedition came back.
So basically, Paladin, the rogue is trying to suggest that maybe we want to be heroic.
Uh-huh.
I'm just trying to use a suitable level of subtlety.
Yeah, that works. And then the other thing sorry, what were you saying?
Oh, I was just saying that heroic is my middle name, so that shouldn't be a problem.
You sure that's on your character sheet?
Well,
Actually, curiosity, any of the voices in your head talking now?
They've all been completely stone silent since you came back through the portal.
I try and ask him something. I didn't try and ask him what they think.
You do so, but it's like they're not even there.
All right.
I don't think they might have left my head. I don't know.
They left your head when
I don't know. Maybe they turned themselves off, or And a battery. They do have batteries. I don't know, maybe they got
You can sense they still have power. They and some of that power that those batteries you got, they are still being drained slowly. So it's not like they're not taking up resources. It's just it's like they're not saying anything.
I don't know if this is a thing or not, but do you want that checked out by the guild, or you're not planning to say anything about that to them?
I mean, I can tell. I don't know what they're gonna do. Though. I mean, not. I don't. I don't know if there's anything they can do about it. But you can ask them.
So just so you know, Ire, I'm assuming what? Why do they keep pinging? Anyway, I'm assuming that you haven't told the guild anything about it unless you tell me that you've told them.
Mhm.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Well, carrying on with what I heard, apparently among some of the conversations around the table, this one came, I guess, directly from some of the. You said it was the lieutenants or the guards. You said, right? The guards were the one who
Yeah,
said
a
the
nearby
word
guard
breakhold.
table. Yeah.
Yeah. So apparently, a supposedly dismantled cult have resurfaced out of nowhere, and they've been poisoning, or well, they were said at the time when they were still in their heyday to have poisoned wells
No,
across
it
town,
says that
or is that now?
they recently poisoned wells.
Recently.
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, so they resurfaced and they've been poisoning wells across the city. But apparently somebody's tipped them off about this, so they it hasn't actually gone. This is where I get confused on my note takings. I was trying to write as fast as I could, but
So from
the
what you
tip
know, they were trying to poison the wells, but they
right.
were
So
tipped
they
off
were
by a mysterious organization, and so the guards were then able to stop them from doing it.
right. Okay. So I explained that. But there's no word as to what this entity or organization is. So I don't know if that's something we need to kind of look into, just to again keep an eye out. But the fact that there's a mysterious group that is resurfacing all of a sudden does maybe uh, add a little bit of concern to what's going on. Maybe they're taking advantage of all of the chaos going around with the protests to kind of make things worse. What do you guys think?
I think it could be fun to walk around the tournament for a little while, see what the challenges are. Yeah.
I haven't even talked about the tournament, but sure.
I thought that's what you were talking about with where they would most likely protest nest. Sorry, that's where
Mm,
I was thinking. I mean,
well, I mean,
it's a big event, and if they've been doing more and different protests that are getting violent, they're always going to go to a big gathering like that.
sure. So I'll
That's
say that
true.
I went ahead and explained the festival stuff, and then that would fit in there. Yep.
Okay.
So, um, there's that, and then I guess if we want any side jobs, people are looking to not kill, to get rid of some bats in the tower.
Well,
Oh yeah, the lieutenants were talking about that. I saw them over at another table and checked in with them on that, and they mentioned it too. Although somehow I'd just about be willing to bet money that even if we tried not to do that, we're going to end up in some scenario where we encounter those bats anyway.
so my question is there a way to peacefully root out these bats, or other than killing?
Yeah, it's peacefully with poison, my friend.
Okay, yeah. That's okay.
Don't worry, don't
Well,
worry. I've got some paint here in my room. I can put subtlety on your forehead right there, and everybody will understand.
Alrighty.
I will ask though. I guess the only people in the group that are from here would be Devok, or is Devok? Did you come from a different
He came from
spot in
somewhere
this
else
world?
as well. Yeah. You
Never
guys are
mind.
all well. When we first started the game, you were here for like 6 months. So probably be 8 months now. But yeah, everybody here has been here for less than a year.
yeah, wasn't Devok from the Herndon area?
Ah, yes, Herndon. Sounds familiar.
But
Sounds
would
rings a
people
bell.
outside of this town know about the same festivals though? Is my point.
Um, there would be a festival since it is generally having a festival for the gods does fall on a specific day, but all the implementation details like how long it is, how kind of a big deal of it is, and all that stuff is going to be dependent on the area. So for some places they don't celebrate it at all because they're not aligned with that god. Other places, it might be a week long, hoopla. But because this is a city, they tend to celebrate multiple festivals.
Okay, never mind then. All right. Well, that's what I've got to share. I would have already explained the festival stuff because again, that's something that I guess made sense to fill in with the whole cult stuff. But yeah, it seems like there's been quite a bit going around.
Well, Ire, if you're really determined to deal with bats peacefully, I do have spells that can help there.
Well, it's not that I specifically wanted to. It's that Oreo said kill the bats and then corrected
I
himself.
corrected myself.
Well, yeah, that's my point though. Is that I'm asking if we're planning on not killing them. I don't,
No, we are not
My intent
planning
was
on
to
not
kill them.
killing them.
Okay.
I mean, can't you like herd them out in a way?
Listen, I've never dealt with a bat problem before, so I couldn't tell you. But my guess is that they just come back.
Yeah, but if that's the case, then even if we empty it out, they're always gonna come back anyway.
Well, that's assuming you don't do something to make the place unappealing to bats.
Maybe we put we make the ceiling slick with grease or something. Maybe we put bacon grease in the ceiling so they can't hang from the ceiling. Isn't that what they do? They hang from the ceiling.
Yeah.
If we grease up the ceiling, they won't be able to hang anymore. No.
Oh, that's funny.
I think it's a good idea. I think we should do it.
I agree, to be honest.
Okay.
Sure. All right.
Let's grease the ceiling.
All right.
Oh boy. Yep.
So are you guys going to continue discussing, or are you going to do something else?
So maybe we should ask the kitchen if in the morning when they cook the bacon for breakfast we can have their bacon grease.
Yes, good idea. Let's do that.
Just so you know, Ire, you guys, this is basically at the end of your first week of downtime. You still have another week, where you're going to be still doing downtime. So if you're planning on hunting bats, you're probably better off waiting for that other week.
Oh, all right. We'll ask them then.
We might also want to touch base first with the people that might have been doing that had hired or tried to hire people to do that, just so they're aware that it's getting taken care of. That way, if we can come back and get anything out of it, they'll know that we were on the job.
All right. All right. Are you done with your discussions, or do you want to continue?
I think I'm done. I shared everything I had, unless anybody wants to talk about it further.
No.
I think we're good.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fair enough. So at this point in time, it's probably gotten.
Oh, Ire, what item did you get?
Oh,
I was about to ask that, yes.
I forgot. Hold on.
Oh, did you not look? Okay, that's fine.
No.
Just yeah, go ahead and take a look.
That parapet, the wound closure looked like a nice idea, just something to think about maybe.
Ooh, that is really good. Ring of swimming.
Don't forget that whatever you pick, to put it in chat so that I can go back and mark them off so Galen knows he doesn't get them. Anyway, okay, so you guys, it's pretty late. You guys gonna go to sleep? Devak go home, or is you gonna do something else first?
I go to sleep.
Okay, fair enough. All right, so everybody goes to sleep. Devok goes home. Devok, when you arrive, they ask for your rent, which is 90 silvers. So do you pay for that?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm going to go ahead and take you back to the map. You wake up the next day, and now you guys get your second week of downtime. So I'm going to go through everybody and ask everybody what they're going to do. So we'll go ahead and start with Devok. So what are you doing during your second week of downtime?
I guess I was thinking I would train. What was it? 1 second. Oh yeah, I was gonna ask, can I train like I don't really know how training skills works exactly, because can I choose any of them, or do I have to have a certain prerequisite to train them?
So
You have to have the parent skill. So if you already have the parent skill, you can train the specialization. But if you don't have the parent skill, you have to get that first. Then once you've fully done that, you can start training the specialization. I had to do that with climbing because I needed to get athletics first.
I see. So if I have the skill, does it have to be a proficiency to
yes,
get something under it?
yes,
Can I train that proficiency?
yes.
Yes.
Then
So
I'll train.
so the way it works,
Huh?
if you go to your notes tab, sorry, not notes tab, features tab, you can see near the middle where it says training, and it looks like you were already training information gathering. Um, and so the way it works is that you basically have to train 4 times, 4 different weeks in order to gain a skill, and it looks like you've already trained 1 week in information gathering. Um,
And I'll do that. I'll train information gathering.
okay, so yeah, go ahead and mark another dot then. And did we take care of your first week of downtime, or did we skip that?
No, we skipped that. So
Okay,
I
so
was
what are you
thinking
gonna do
I might
during
do
your
that.
first week then?
I might just do that twice.
Okay, that works. All right, so that's Devok. Pico, what are you doing during your second week of downtime?
All right. Well, I guess the first thing I'm going to do is, well, while it wasn't explicitly stated, does the Arcane Tower owe Devok and I a favor?
They did not explicitly state that. However, you are training with them, so you could ask them at any time.
Alrighty. Well, I'm going to go to the Arcane Tower, and I'm going to, explain that. Well, I've got my these claws here, and I'd rather infuse them with power rather than just keep trying to scavenge new weaponry, especially since it's pretty hard to find equivalent weapons that use this particular fighting style. Um, and I was looking for something. I was hoping to infuse them with some sort of druid type magic. Would you be able to assist with that or point me in the right direction?
Well, let's see. We can actually. I actually know somebody. You're talking to your contact at the moment. He says, "I actually know somebody who might be able to help you." Let me look up his name here. Give me a moment. So his name is Malak, and he is a smith who used to be a student here. He's still actually a member, and he has expertise in enchanting weapons and armor. And you if you show him your token that will show that you work or that you belong to the guild, he'll be willing to give you half price. As far as what exactly he has available and what he's willing to do, you'll obviously have to speak to him. But I am confident that he'll be able to help you out.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
All right. So he gives you directions, and At this point, he is in. He's actually in one of the marketplaces, which would be 21.5, and he own his own shop, just called Malak Smithy. And so you're gonna go there.
I am.
All right. So you show up at Malak Smithy, and you see a dwarf sitting behind a shorter than normal counter. And as you enter, you can see various weapons and armor on display, and you can see Malak just sitting there, kind of fiddling with something behind the counter. So what do you do?
Ah, what a wonderful shop. It's no wonder I was directed here.
He looks up and is like, "Oh, I haven't seen one of you around here lately. So I knew an old tabaxi years ago. So what can I do for you?"
Well, I was just over at the Arcane Tower earlier, and I'll go ahead and show my token. And I was told that you might be able to assist me with infusing weapons with magical power.
Oh, yes, that is certainly possible. Not something I do for just anybody, you know. There is regulation involved, but you are from the tower, so I'll certainly help you out. What are you looking for?
So I was specifically looking, ideally, for to infuse some sort of druidic type magic into one of these claws.
I see. Well, we do have. I do know this enchantment that will make the claw do a little bit more damage and make it a little bit easier to hit. But where it can also enhance your druid spells and even healing. Is that what you're interested in?
That sounds like that would be ideal.
So normally I would charge you at least 2,000 silvers for this, but given given that you're at the guild, I can bring it down to 1,000.
You have yourself a deal.
But as a warning, I'll need your weapon for a while. But you will be, if you leave it with me, you will be able to pick it up on the 1st.
Okay, yep, that sounds good.
All right then, you have a deal. And he shakes your hand.
All right, just subtracted the 1,000.
And I will go ahead and put the data in the chat.
And just for clarification, I am just doing the one claw that way.
Right.
So,
Fair enough.
so yeah, I'll at least have my other claw in the meantime.
Yep.
All right.
All right. So that's what you're doing during. So you're hunting him down. You're because it was a direct connection, I would say you didn't actually have to go and find contacts and everything like you normally do because of that favor. You probably can do another downtime activity.
All righty. Might have to give that one a little bit of thought then. We can skip to somebody else in the meantime.
Okay, fair enough. Galen isn't here. We're going to have to go through next session at the beginning and figure out what he does. So, Oreo, what are you doing?
No, I just finishing up the guarding specialization for the 2nd week.
Okay, fair enough. And then, Ire, what are you doing?
So I don't think you asked me the first week, but I'm doing the same thing I think for both weeks anyway, so it shouldn't matter. I want to train a proficiency in religion, because for whatever reason I didn't choose that at the start.
Okay, so you're going to do that for both weeks?
Yeah.
All
Is that
right,
going to be
so,
250
yeah.
silver each week?
Were you told that you were owed that you were getting free training because of everything you did? I
Yes,
think yes.
actually.
So
yeah,
you actually
yeah,
get free training, so it doesn't cost you anything.
Cool.
So mark 2 of the dots on your sheet. So that I believe you trained that before, haven't you?
I don't think so.
Okay, so it's just 2 dots then.
Where do I find
Okay, so if
that?
you go on your character sheet and
Right.
let me open it up real quick. Fire. So I
Oh,
can
training. I see it. I see it. Yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
So you got 2 dots there. So under features, under skill, write down what you're training so you don't forget. In the middle, there you go. And
Yeah.
then you got 2 dots there. Did you just add those, or are
Yeah,
those
I
already
just
there?
put those. I
Okay,
just put
great.
those on there.
Okay, great. That's what you do. And Ragu, you can go ahead and do your 2 weeks since we skipped your first week. So go ahead.
All right. Let me pull up my thing. I've got a bunch of stuff to do. I'm not sure what order to try and get them done in. Do you want me to role play this out or just kind of give you a list?
Whichever you think would work best for you.
All right. I have iridescent rapier and iridescent dagger, 1 set of iridescent armor, and 5 sets of iridescent clothing, as well as white creator armor that I needed to get identified from Lumev. I had no idea how exactly I was going to do that. It was going to have to be like with Gimbal or the guild that now
Okay,
has a
so you get
fate.
a favor from the guild. So you can get one of those identified by the guild. So which one of that was that going to be?
Um, the iridescent rapier.
Okay. So yeah, they take that, and if you're doing this during your first week, then by the second week, they would tell you that in addition to the bonuses you already have, that it can hold a spell for a while. So basically, the way it works is you cast a spell like. Um, like a firebolt or what have you, and then when you strike, um, can then discharge that spell in addition to the strike. The downside is it can only hold one spell at a time, um, but the upside is it can hold it indefinitely. So you can basically prepare ahead of time a big first hit.
Okay, it'll hold the spell indefinitely, but it will activate the first time I swing the sword.
No, it'll activate one time, but it can be whichever hit you want.
Okay,
So if
because I
you put
have
like a
this.
firebolt in there, then you can whack it, and then if you hit, you do the full damage there plus whatever the firebolt would do.
Okay, and does the person attuned to it have to be the one to cast the spell into it?
No, but you have to be
Okay,
attuned to use the spell.
all right. Is there a spell already in it?
There is not.
Okay. Okay. Um,
Okay, so that was the guild, and you said you were going to talk to Gimbal and about doing one of these as well.
yeah. For Gimbal, I had some stuff to sell to him, and to ask if he could look up some stuff or try and find stuff whilst doing the armor thing.
Okay, so go ahead and start with the beginning of that. So what are you doing with Gimbal?
All right, 1 second here. All right. The first thing was the iridescent armor. I know I have iridescent armor and iridescent clothing, but I was going to ask him if he can do the iridescent armor.
Okay, he says that he can, but in exchange, he either asks for a reduced price in money or a
Oh,
interesting
money.
Lumev artifact.
Absolutely. That's the other thing I had. I've got 2 of the humanoid statuette artifacts from Lumev and 2 of the Venus flytrap artifacts from Lumev. I have 2 of these odd black metal pucks that make kind of an alarm sound when you touch them with your skin.
Okay, he says that any one of those will work.
Oh, my intention was for you to, have all of them if you liked.
He says, hold on, there's something I need to talk to you about, and
Oh,
you,
sure.
you might need those. So just one.
Oh, the black metal puck things or the statues and stuff?
Any of them. So he's saying that you need to hold on to them for now, and just give him one for the army.
Oh, sure.
So which one are you giving?
One of the Venus flytraps. It seems the most foreign and unique.
Okay, so yeah, he takes that, and then he starts looking at the armor, and he tells you that this is really advanced. This is going to take me a while. This will probably take me a couple of weeks, but I will have it for you, the information for you by the 8th.
But it'll take you 2 weeks to do that?
Yeah.
Okay.
But he'll look into it, and the price is just the flytrap.
Okay. And I have just a little pad of paper that I hand to him, and it's like, if you can find or get a lead on any of these, that would be great. If not, then well, maybe later.
Okay. So you got a paper. You're
Oh yeah, all I did was copy and paste into your Discord. It was easier than trying to write it all down. And
okay. I see your list. So he takes that, and he says that he'll look into that, and he'll let you know as soon as he finds anything. Okay. So once you're done with all of that, he says that you've done a tremendous amount for me, and I haven't properly repaid you. You have given me many interesting items to look at, and I feel like it's time to teach you how to fish. Now, I have some interesting training. There's been some stuff I've been looking into while you were gone, investigating all the things you've given me, and I figured out something. And one of the things I figured out, and I kind of had this for a while to a degree, is the ability to dig through a pile of what seems to be worthless trash, broken machines, and be able to find and put together useful objects. They maybe they're jerry-rigged, maybe they're barely working, but we can get something out of it. And this won't be that useful here, but in Lumev, I just tingle with the idea of what you could find using the skill. And the reason I asked you to hold on to those items is that in order to teach you the skill, you have to bring me one of those items, and we need basically 4-hour sessions, once or twice a week, and I am going to then take that item, dismantle it, and then teach you how to turn it into something useful. And I would like to do that for you, for everything you've done, but it will take four Lumev artifacts, which is why I had you hold on to those. So how does that sound?
That sounds wonderful.
So in meta terms, basically what he's describing is the scavenger skill, which will be basically under Arcana. And what it'll allow you to do is when you're dealing with areas like Lumev, where there's lots of technology and everything that people don't understand, you can dig through what looks like metal refuse, and you can find these objects, varied objects that you can use. They're basically magic items. But the downside is that you're kind of jerry-rigging them and making them work. So every time you use it, there's a chance it might break. But because there's always debris, trash, machines around, you'll always be able to get more. Does that make sense?
It does.
So yeah,
that sounds pretty cool.
So he tells you that you'll need to set it aside basically 1 or 2 days a week going forward, and it'll take you 4 sessions, and you'll learn the skill. And so after your downtime, you'll have to figure out what days to slot those in.
As soon as possible.
Alrighty. Okay, so yeah, so you got. He's looking at your list. He's looking at your armor. Was there anything else you're going to do during your downtime?
Yeah. Since I've got the guild doing one, he's doing another. I still have, at the very least, this white armor for Galen that I needed to identify because he asked me to.
So one thing you can do is during the next week of gameplay, after your downtime's over, you could go back to the guild and see what it would take for that to happen. So so you can hold on to it for now, and then go back while you guys are doing other things and see if you can get somebody to look at it. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Okay. Well, in that case, I'll go ahead and do training. I've been trying to pick up deduction in order to see if I could figure out how the Lumev stuff works. But
Okay, yeah. So you have 2 weeks, and that exchange didn't take much time. So you get 2 weeks worth.
excellent. I'll go ahead and be taking my deduction training, and I'm sure that'll help with trying to figure out what the heck stuff does.
Cool. All right. I think we skipped Ire, right?
No, I didn't mind.
Who did we skip? Devok, right? We skipped somebody.
Yeah, I think it's the dog. Yeah,
Skipped me?
maybe.
Good night, Mike.
I know I asked to be skipped because I was kind of expecting my second week to have to be something else.
Oh, that's
Yeah,
right.
I
Okay. So Pico, what are you going to do during your downtime since your enchanting thing went quickly?
Let's
You got 1
see.
week.
Yeah, my first thought. Well, actually, I'm gonna go ahead and stop by the library and see how Evala is doing.
Okay. You stop by the library, and she's there. She's definitely seems to be fairly busy, but then she kind of waves as she sees you. She's like, "Oh, Pico, I haven't seen you in what, a month? A couple weeks. How are you doing?"
Definitely exhausted. It was a very long expedition, and it was, let's just say, it got supernaturally more grueling as it went on.
Oh, that's no good. Well,
it's-
at least you came back alive.
Yeah, to varying degrees of alive, but definitely. But yeah, so it's nice getting the relaxation in. I was curious if there's any existing research regarding artifacts from Lumev. I wanted to look and compare some of the notes from what people have versus items that we've located during their most recent expedition.
There are, but unfortunately, the guilds they're not really disseminating that stuff too much yet. We've heard news of what you're doing. In fact, I heard about that city, that massive city you found. That was pretty amazing. But unfortunately, as far as the details, of the research, it really hasn't been spreading much yet. I'm sure it will, but the guilds are trying to figure out, I guess, what should be let out and what shouldn't be, especially with all the protests going on and everything. Some of that stuff that you've reported is pretty scary, and that might make things worse.
Fair enough. Alrighty, I don't think I have anything else for the moment, so I guess I will go ahead and excuse myself. Let's see. if I was going to go ahead and get a new skill, what would it be? I guess it's going to be a while before I need to worry about aerobatics.
You can, if it's going to be something like a skill, you can give us some thought for a while, and then we can, take care of it later in the session.
Yeah, that works.
Okay. So, is there anybody that I missed? Anybody who hasn't done their downtime yet?
Or specifically the second week of downtime.
I'm not hearing anything, so I'm going to take that as a no. All right.
No, but can I do what I
Oh yeah.
had?
My apologies. That's actually the same as what I told Ragu.
Oh, okay. But when you say spell though, it's a cantrip essentially?
It can be whatever spell, but it only holds one at a time.
The difference is the cantrips can be done at will versus
It can,
spell
but you
slots.
have to spend an action to prime it. So it's not economical in the middle of combat to do that. But you can certainly, before every battle, put a cantrip in there and get that one hit.
I see. Gotcha. Okay, good to know. Thank you.
Okay, so on the last day, you were told to go back to the Nexus Guild in order to get your proper briefing. And so if everybody is done with their downtime, we can move on to that unless anybody has anything else. Okay.
It can be, yeah.
Are we going to do anything about identification of things?
Sorry, say
Oh yeah.
Oh,
Oh yeah. The one last one, the white armor for Galen, his white military.
Yeah, you were gonna, like I said, you're gonna do that after the downtime. You're gonna
Oh, okay.
go and check that out. That's right.
Okay.
Okay, so let me go ahead and switch you to the map. And as usual, when you arrive, Elru's out, and she waves at Oreo, and she kind of whispers when you get close, Oreo. Look, I'm sorry about the other night. I seemed like I left in a hurry. I was getting ready to leave anyway, and I was just sick of talking about it. So I'm sure you're going to hear all about it today. So not a big deal, okay?
Okay.
And
You
then
know you can always chat with me if you need a vent or something.
I know, but yeah, okay. And then she leads you inside.
Okay.
All right, so she leads you back to Carl, and he's sitting behind his desk, and Aru kind of leaves as you go in. And he says, well, I hope everybody got some rest. So how's everybody doing?
Much better than we were a couple of weeks ago.
Oh yes, very much good. Rest, relaxation.
Dulsara City, if I'm remembering the name right, is not exactly a great tourist destination at the moment.
And it could be at some point, but not right now. No.
Well, you don't say. Yeah, that makes sense. So real quick, is there anything about Lumev, your explorations in Lumev, that you didn't tell Carl while you were when he brought you for interviews and to find out information?
I thought we would have talked about everything. The only thing I can
Yeah.
think of that might have gotten overlooked was the general overview that the Kylon infested area there was definitely a discrete north-south barrier, with the west side being more or less untouched and the east side being thoroughly devastated.
Okay.
I don't recall telling him about that weird, colorful lightning storm. If that has any.
Yeah, that's the kind of thing I'm
relevance
talking
to
about. Is so far I'm making the assumption that if you left something out that you guys told him during the personal interviews. But what I'm asking is there anything that you would have specifically not told him?
Oh, if there's anything we didn't want to tell him.
Exactly.
Yeah, no. So far, no. I can't think of anything.
Okay, fair enough. All right, so he has you sit down, and then he looks up, and it's like, Well, I don't know what you've heard while you're resting, but there has been an anti-portal movement that has been springing up lately. And we believe that it is linked to cult movements, to cult activities. And you've dealt with some of these cults before based on your previous reports. There was the Sword of Justice, but I remember there was also the Grey Cult. I believe that you brought those up. Although there was some recent news about them, so maybe I'm remembering from that. But either way, you seem to have some experience with these things, especially the Sword of Justice, the False Tabaxi delegation, and of course the Kylon. And we have been, of course, been trying to figure out what's going on, but we would like you as a group to look into this because it has a large impact. And in fact, while you were on downtime, the City Lord made his announcement. He said that all expeditions to Lumev are being put on hold until the proper investigation as the safety of the Endeavor, and there's some other stuff, but basically everything's being put on hold until some investigation can happen. But the reality is, the City Lord knows as well as the rest of us that this sudden uprise in discontent is not natural. There's definitely something instigating it. And, you know, are these groups related? Are they working separately? Who is funding them? Can we root out enough evidence, despite some ideas that some powerful people are involved? And we need to have this solved because it is blocking approval for future missions, especially once the report of the city came out, because there's been a lot of fear mongering about the massive city being destroyed. What could have caused that destruction? What sort of weapons of mass destruction do the Lumev people have, and are they going to be used against the city? And so we need you to start digging into these cults, figure out what their motives are, who's running them, how, maybe, where are they based out of, all this kind of stuff. And to start with, I would suggest that we begin with the festival, because it is definitely clear to me that they are likely to be instigators trying to get protests going at the festival, possibly causing violence. And so I would like you to attend the second and third days of the festival. Today's the first day, so it's a little late for that. But go there the second and third days and see what happens. You can enjoy the festivities, but more importantly, you want to keep an ear to the ground and find out what's happening. And so here, let me show you this. He hands you a paper, and you can see on the paper it seems to be like a poster they would put up about the festival. You can click on it to go a larger size, and says here's some information. You can it tells you what days the festival's open. It tells you what's there that you can look around and investigate. And tomorrow will be the second day. There's supposed to be a parade midday and various other activities. The third day, the day after that, is the Marshall tournament, and apparently there are slots open in the Marshall tournament if you're interested in that kind of thing.
Sounds right up your alley, Ragu.
I am interested. Yes, that
In that
sounds like
case, let
fun.
me show you the advertisement for that. So you can click on the image to make it more readable. He hands you a paper, and you can look over that and decide to do what to do with it. And yeah, and so we need to start investigating these cults, figure out the cause, and get it taken care of, because we need to get you back to Lumev within a reasonable amount of time so you can continue to investigate the city and, more importantly, the weapon. Any questions?
Uh, I don't think so. I will keep my ear to the ground, and there is a lot of gossip and big talk amongst competitors at a martial tournament. So maybe we'll hear something.
Maybe. In the meantime,
Although
oh, go ahead.
I was gonna, well, no, finish what you were gonna say. I'll bring up any questions at the end.
Okay. And the other thing is, curiously, a letter came for Pico, Oreo, and Ragu. So let me pass those out.
Oh God, is it another imposter team?
Yeah, you read my mind.
Okay, you should now, you three should now see a letter in your handouts. That's called a note.
I do not see it.
Jared note, I see.
Yes,
That seems to be it.
Jared, note under where though? I don't
under
see.
It's
Oh,
handouts.
under
nice. Under
handouts.
handouts. Got it. Got it. Okay.
So that's Pico, Oreo, and Ragu should all see that. And as he handed them, the letter was kind of tied closed and says, I haven't looked at it. It was somebody who knew to deliver that here if they wanted to contact you, so I'm assuming you told them about this.
Yeah, I think we did because.
Yeah, I recognize this.
Oh
You
yeah, no,
do?
not just the Jared, but didn't we tell the Nexus guy him about when we came across the gray
The cultists doing their
yeah.
ritual.
Yeah. Didn't he get told about all of that? I thought he did.
He seemed to think he did, but he also suggested that he's heard other news, and so he seemed to be a bit confused about who he heard from what, probably because there's a lot going on.
Well, okay. I mean, I'll say that as a player, I don't remember too much about this, but I'm gonna trust that between Pico and Ragu that they'll refresh me what the hell's going on. But yeah, okay. Understood.
Yeah,
Do you
remember
this
when
before we fought the hag in that little cabin? Because
Yeah?
we had to
And
fight
then-
those stupid Ankegs that almost killed you. But we also went under the underground cave from her cabin, and we ran into the cultists that were doing the big group thing.
Oh,
And yeah, because there was that one cultist that attacked me as I was a spider, and I was being an asshole about it. That whole thing.
yeah. Okay.
Yeah, that. So
Yeah.
Jared's that old guy there that we helped.
Gotcha. Okay.
And we helped him by not letting Ragu blow everybody up.
Hey, I think if some of the wells got poisoned, then some people got hurt. So maybe we should have blown them up before they got to the well poisoning.
Okay. Fair enough. Now I remember. Thank you.
Okay, so Carl, after he hands you the letters, he says, "It sounded like you had a question."
Well, oh shoot. I should write down my questions. Give me a second. Gonna come back to me here. Oh, is there any information around the, I mean, we're all kind of outsiders here, so I'm not exactly sure how much we would have known any about this, but there's a lot of word around the whole festival's rewards apparently being some sort of luxurious invitation to the Valentar celebration. Is there anything around that particular noble house that you guys know at the top of your heads, you guys might share to us about them because they seem to be like the talk of the town when it comes to the people, and apparently the great granddaughter or something is about to make an appearance too. Like it's a big deal apparently for everyone here. No offense, I'm an outsider. I don't know tradition here, so just kind of curious if we can get a bit of a download of who they are.
Oh, yes, the Valenstar family is the most powerful noble house in Mavin. They basically, as far as hierarchy in the city, they're right below the city council and the city lord. And every year they have some celebration that they have, and the exact nature of the celebration changes. The excuse for it, I should say. This year it's to celebrate Gadrick because the priest Peridin is being raised to the archpriest of the temple, and because Valenstar has some connection with Gadrak, they're inviting the priest over as part of the celebration. But of course, you know how these noble houses are. They're gonna invite every noble house they can to their celebration. They're gonna invite powerful merchants and business leaders and council members, and yeah, so it's going to be a big who's who as far as the social power structure of the city.
Are there any details around that big event, like after the festival, like when that's gonna happen and like
Oh,
where it's gonna be?
yes, I can give you those details. So the event itself is going to be on Nibbin Day, the 5th of Salem, and it generally is a evening event, and it'll actually happen on the Valenstar Estates. They have a rather a large mansion that they hold these things in. It's got a giant floor, multi-level floor for dancing and performances and all of that stuff. And in fact, Elro here has been hired on as one of the guards in order to keep their stuff safe while everybody is there. She's obviously not a traditional guard. She'll be more on the whole keeping the more sneaky intruders out of things. Um, anyway, so yeah, she'll be there, and if you're there, it generally means you're important. And so you can imagine that you know this is one of the reasons why people join the tournament is the winners of the tournament. There's three different categories. The winner of each category gets invited, and you can imagine what an honor that is. And if you're perhaps investigating illicit behavior, perhaps being in such a place would be valuable.
One last question then. I know that last time we were kind of digging into stuff with cults and stuff around here, we'd come across a noble house that was out of low regard among the noble houses. Is there any particular noble house that the Valen Stars are not friendly with, or that they keep close for the sake of like having enemies close, or friends close and enemies closer?
Well, all I know is that publicly there's no house that they're unfriendly with. Privately, who knows? I'm sure there are plenty of internal enemies and everything. What makes things more complicated is there are oftentimes multiple factions even within the same house, and yeah, I can't tell you for sure. Unfortunately, I don't keep up in the day-to-day of noble affairs. It's hard to do that, even if you're a noble.
Fair. Okay.
So there you have it. Is there any other questions?
I don't know about questions, but checking through my notes, yeah, I can confirm that we did specifically stop by the Nexus Guild on what was that? Rysel 10th to let them know about what happened at the Hag's house and in the caves underneath. We even specifically left a note for Jared at the Nexus Guild for him to retrieve. So yeah, we'd already kind of primed Carl to expect that Jared would be there and have a note for him. So Jared having notes for us wouldn't have been out of the ordinary.
All right. All right. Well, if there is nothing else, I will let you enjoy your last evening before the work begins, and keep me apprised of whatever you find. And good luck. Okay. I will take you back to the map. So, one other thing that happens on your last evening of downtime is when you return to your inn, the innkeeper tells Galen and Ire that they have both received a letter, and I'm going to give them the letter now. Galen, Ire, save. So, Ire, under handouts, you should now see a note as well.
All right.
And if you click on it, you should be able to see an image. And if you click on the hourglass, it'll make it bigger if you need it.
Is it called?
Kragar note. So if you go to what looks like a newspaper at the
Oh,
top.
I see it. Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Well, I'm looking over the Marshall tournament in Ragu. It looks like the teams have to be teams of 2.
Yeah, I've been needing a partner, and we cannot be bringing our magic items, so it's just us. Sounds like a bit of fun, yeah?
It says no magic
But
items, but it doesn't say anything about the person not necessarily being able to make themselves like here's the thought, Pico changing into a big ass animal as your partner.
Yes, that is definitely not against the rules as written so far, no.
we'll probably need to get some clarification on that.
Mm. And we must have we must already be having the rank, so we can only enter in the expert tournament part, not the amateur or master, correct?
That's my understanding.
Okay,
So
like
we
it.
should
sounds
all
good
be
to me.
experts.
Yep.
All right, so you return to your inn. Is there anything that you guys talk about before moving on to the next day?
Let's see. And today is the 30th, you said?
Let me check. Today is technically the 29th. The 30th is the first day after your downtime.
Okay.
So yeah, so you guys are missing the first day of the festival, but tomorrow will be the second day, and then the first will be the third day where the tournament is.
Go ahead.
Can I say for the sake of flavor, just on the first night, even though I guess we technically miss it, but I want to have Oreo just kind of check out the booths in general, not necessarily to any particular booth, just in general, just kind of scoping out the festivities and stuff. And in that walk, she notices an apparition of someone by like an arcane booth and decides to start talking to it, having a bit of a chit chat until she has a proficiency in arcana for the following day.
Okay, fair enough.
Thank y'all.
And I was planning on going down to specifically the Marshall tournament is to see if there's anybody there setting up and getting more clarifications on the rules of the combat.
Okay, so by the time you get there, there are some people there, but it's definitely the arena itself is definitely closed, and you suspect it'll be closed the next day as well. They'll probably just be open for the tournament. But you do find some people there, including one that seems to be taking applicants.
All right, I'll go ahead and walk up.
Okay. Hello. You look fit. Are you interested in the tournament?
I'm not sure yet, although a companion of mine almost certainly is. Are there any additional rules we see here about no using outside equipment, but how are things like magic and other exotic innate abilities handled?
You know, I told them that they need to make sure to clarify every point, but does anybody listen to me? No, of course not. Okay, sir. So magic of any kind is not allowed.
Alrighty.
And that includes magic items. That includes. I'm not saying you would do this, but that includes turning into a wild animal. That includes summoning wild animals. That includes, you name it.
Yeah, that definitely clarifies it. I don't think that's going to have a big impact on my companion, although some other people who were somewhat interested, that will almost certainly influence their decision.
Yeah, I definitely apologize for that. But one thing to understand is when people are fighting in the tournament, they do wear armor, and they wear weapon. They use weapons, but they're blunt. The idea here isn't people killing their foes. The idea is essentially knocking someone, hurting someone enough that they're disqualified. And so at the end of the day, everybody should be able to walk away alive in order to fight again. This isn't fight to the death. This is just to see who's the more skilled combatants.
Although with that in mind, though, it does sound like it's still a bludgeon the opponent into submission rather than some tournaments where it's more of a points-based system.
Yes, there's no points. The idea is to try to replicate combat as much as we can while avoiding it being too deadly. And there will be healers available in case something goes wrong, but this is one of the reasons why we don't allow you to bring your own weapons.
Makes a lot of sense, and thank you. That clarifies a great deal.
Well, that's good.
All right, well, I'm going to go ahead and head back and give Ragu the bad news.
Oreo brings up a good point. If everybody gained a fate die because they leveled up.
Yep, already marked. At least in my case.
Is there no one who will go ahead and be brave and fight with me? Oh, well.
I could, I just don't know that I'd be too useful with most of my best abilities weeded out.
Well, you do know that they will heal you with magic after you're done. So that means that if Ire or Devok...
Yeah, I'm pretty big and strong, and I'm good with a blunt weapon.
Ah.
And, well, Oreo is pretty good about getting some good hits in.
Don't get me roped in. That the hell?
I was going to say, I wasn't sure how interested you'd be in doing that, though. I guess that answers that.
Yeah, well, not a problem. We can fight. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, Pico, that you learned that you have to, whichever team decides to go, they have to sign up. And you also learned, I think the advertisement said it, but tomorrow is the last day to sign up. Because obviously, the day of the tournament, they assume everything's already set.
Yeah.
Okay, so...
was that a positive, Ire?
Yeah.
Alrighty. Okay, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, no problem. All right, so does anybody want to talk about anything or do anything before you go to sleep?
Yeah, I just wanted to say one thing. This note here we got from Jared. perhaps we should meet him.
Yeah, but we have to do that after the
Yep.
festival's over.
Yeah, yeah.
We're definitely going to meet him.
Just to be clear, though, he says just to meet there, not to go in there, right? Because I do not want to show my face at that place.
We're supposed to meet him in there. I think the note mentioned a booth because he talked about
Yep.
him being in the corner.
Yep, you'll be on the
Uh,
corner table on the right side of the establishment.
Do you guys think they would have forgotten a black cat at any point?
I am pretty
Uh,
sure there are many. We have no problems, but if you are a little nervous about showing your face, I'm sure it'd be more apropos to have just a small meeting instead of a large group.
Although, I don't know that there's anything of consequence to be concerned about there. I mean, didn't you go in there when we met with Delore?
Yeah.
No, I stood outside. I told you guys to go in. I was gonna just stick out. I did not go in.
Well, and still, I do not think there'll be a problem with you going in there because, I mean, what commotion did you cause whilst you were in there, eh?
I did steal a bunch of shit from there last time I was there.
And they didn't get you, so you didn't have to worry about it. It's not like they've got your mugshot on that.
Somebody stole.
I didn't say
Oh,
that out
don't
loud to
worry.
you, so don't even
Yeah.
start.
Yeah, I was saying this quietly to, yeah.
Okay, fair enough. All right, fine.
Right.
Okay. All right. So you everybody goes home. You sleep. You wake up, and now we're finally on the 30th. Downtime is over, and Act 2 begins. So what do you do?
So we're supposed to be gathering information, right? First about
Let's
these.
have some fun at the festival, everybody.
Yeah,
Sure.
I'll go sign up myself and I are.
Okay.
Oh,
let me
right.
get
Yeah, you
Yeah.
gotta do the. Yeah.
Let me get over to the festival, and I'll move you over to the map. Hold on. Sorry about that. Give me one moment. And I will move you to the map now. I went ahead and used the same map for this as that you got basically, but because there's basically a couple of main areas. There's the street entertainment. There's the games and events area where you can see where all these tents are. There's the open air markets. You can see where the wagons are, and then of course the arena, which the arena itself is still closed because it is now the 30th and the tournament is on the 1st. But there are people there outside who are taking where you can go and sign up. And so you're approaching from the outside. So what are you going to do?
Oh, we're so tiny.
Yeah, that would that kind of represent being this being a more zoomed out view. Obviously, it's still not to scale, but I figured it'd be closer.
I like.
Ooh, big thing.
Oh, let me make sure. Jeez.
It's a cool map.
It's a very cool map. I agree.
Oh, thanks. All right. So where are you guys gonna go? So you're gonna go to the street entertainment first?
Sure.
Okay. So yeah, as you arrive, you see that there are multiple entertainers performing. There's a multitude of tents set up for resting, for conversations. There are food vendors selling bread, cakes, fruit, fresh vegetables, ale, wine, and fruit juices. And two areas that probably stand out the most is the Biergarten, which is a large tent with long picnic tables in the middle and smaller round tables around the edges. You can see there's a wooden bar set up at one end, and a group of musicians is playing on a stage that they built. There's a room at the front of the stage for dancing with lanterns to provide light for when it gets dark. And you can see they're selling a bunch of things such as meat on a stick, apple pie, sausage and baked potatoes, ale, grog, mead, and even elven wine. And then the other thing that probably stands out to you is Madame Esmeralda's fortune teller. It's a fairly small tent, but the big sign above it, and you can just tell by looking at it that it's a fortune teller. So what do you do?
A fortune teller.
Yeah, let's go to the fortune teller.
Sure.
Okay, so as you approach, there's really only room for one person. So who's going in?
I vote fire.
Ire, you were going in?
Sure, I'll go in. Why not?
Go talk to the magic 8-ball.
All right, you enter and you see a gnarled old woman with white hair. She's kind of hunched over, and you can see a glass sphere in the center of the table, a crystal ball, and you see a sign, "Fortune told for 5 silvers." And as you enter, she looks up and says, "I knew you would come. Do you want your fortune told for 5 silvers?"
Yes, 1 fortune, please.
You give her 5 silvers?
Yeah.
Okay. And she looks at a crystal ball. You see some clouds in there, although you don't see anything distinct. And then suddenly you see the face of a demon, and she looks at you, and you see her an angry look on her face, and it says, "You must do my bidding, or you will die a horrible death." What do you do?
This is happening in the ball, the crystal ball.
No, it's her saying this.
Oh, no, thank you.
Go ahead and if you want, you can make an insight check.
Wait, I really want to test something. No, I'll do it. Insight, you said?
Yeah.
I'm not very insightful.
As you're looking, you think she might be serious. So what do you do?
What do you want me to do?
You will go through and set fire to all the tents.
Why would I do that?
Because if you do not, I will kill you.
Why would you do that?
Because I want to.
Why do you
Does any of us standing outside the tent hear this?
Probably, yeah.
No, the problem is that's against my directives. I don't think I can do that. I guess you're gonna have to kill me, I guess.
Then leave, but you will die. You do not know when. It may be 5 minutes from now. It may be 3 weeks, but you will fall over dead. And then she looks back up at you. Well, I hope you got something useful out of that. Thank you for your patronage.
Wait, can I try again? I didn't like that one.
Sure, 5 more silver.
Yeah, sure, here you go.
So you're a 5 silver?
Yeah.
Insert coin for fortune.
Alrighty, so.
Oh wait, I wanna.
And then she sits there. You see her wiggling her fingers, and then she says, "You have a great future ahead of you as a turnip farmer."
As a what?
And then she says, "You will settle down, buy a farm, and get married to another being of like you, and you will
Wow.
build 12 smaller beings like you and have a family."
Oh,
Maybe it'll be kind of like Short Circuit, and he'll shack up with Janice.
Huh. Wow, that sounds wonderful.
Oh, good. Well, it's always good that when you have a bright future.
How do I know which one is the real one?
Although, admittedly, the third one's probably the brighter future in terms of light out.
Well, can you? Which one is the real one? How do I know?
Probably neither.
One of them's got to be right.
Of course. Probably the first one.
Of course. Okay, there's never any sort of like foul play or trickery going on
What?
with this. Yeah,
For
there has to
What
be. There
reputable
has to be a
provider
true
of the
one.
future is going to provide that power for a whopping 5 silvers?
Fair enough. I'll walk out of the tent and say, guys, I'm either gonna die at some point in my life, which sounds about right, or
5 minutes or 3 weeks?
something like that, or maybe longer, maybe shorter, who knows? Or I'm gonna marry another automaton, have build 12 children. Honestly, maybe they're both true. Honestly, it would make sense if they're both true because I will die at some point, and
yeah.
Yeah, well, I'm sure most of us will at some point.
But she also asked me to burn down every tent in the festival, so or else she'd kill me, and that's why I'm gonna die. So
Is the lady a fortune teller or bipolar?
I'd say she's fortune teller. Yeah, definitely. I think it was true. Yeah, I should try it. I think it works.
All right.
Maybe-
So what do you guys do?
Well,
Don't you guys want
I
to
don't-
sign up?
Oh yeah, where's the thing?
I go sign up with either.
Yeah, is that over here?
tournament's in 5 minutes. That might be how you die.
Let's go. Let's go.
All right. So Ragu and I, are you going to go sign up?
Yeah.
All right, so yeah, you go and you can see that there's a booth out in front of the arena, and there's someone there, and you can see a sign that says "Sign up for the tournament here." So you go up to the booth, and he looks up and he says, "Oh, that's an interesting group you have there. Are you here to sign up for the tournament, or are you here about entrance?"
Sign up. Sign me up.
All
Who would
right,
like to take place in the tournament?
that's excellent. He shuffles through some papers. Yeah, we're running out of spots here, so it's good that you did that now. All right, so it's going to be the two of you. So first, I'll need your guild identification to know where to place you.
Sure.
All right, and Ragu, I assume you do. I mean, Wire, you do the same.
Uh-huh.
All right, takes the expert category. Oh, well, you're actually taking up the last slot there. Well, congratulations.
Thank you.
There is a small fee, 15 silvers per team, to enter. Is that all right?
What's the prize?
Well, the prize is there's actually multiple prizes, but it ranges from 1 to 500 silvers, depending on your placement. But the biggest prize is that the winner of each category gets invited to the Valen Star celebration, and that's something that you can't buy. You have to be specifically invited. So. That's definitely something to search to strive for.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, I'll see you there.
All right. Well, I have your names here. Please, both of you, sign here and here on the forms. Now, just to be clear, there's no magic allowed, no items or equipment or armor other than what you have naturally, of course. You just come in your plain clothes, and we will provide armor and weapons for you. The type of armor and the type of weapons you will be able to choose based on whatever you're skilled with. And just so you know, this it'll be one-on-one teams, and it will be elimination. You will fight until you get to the finale, and we we go until a person is removed once they become weak enough that it is no longer safe for them to fight. We do not fight to the death. We do not. We do not intentionally. If it looks like somebody is in danger, we will pull them out. They will be disqualified, of course. And healing will be available so that if you do get hurt, you will be healed. We want to simulate real combat, of course, but we want everyone to survive and have a good time. Any issues or questions?
When is it?
It is tomorrow. You will be expected to arrive at 9 a.m. on the 1st, and the tournament officially begins at 11, but those 2 hours you will be involved with fitting, choosing your equipment, deciding the order, all that kind of stuff. Practicing getting used to the weight of your new weapons, and so on. And for every team that is participating, they can have up to 5 other people that they can invite free of charge. As far as everybody else, they will have to pay 10 silvers in order to watch the tournament.
Okay.
All right, sounds good.
Few people we can give seats to.
Mm-hmm.
And Vok, were you going to get your fortune told?
Why not?
So how long is the tournament going to go? For like an hour, or is it like an all-day thing?
It's basically an all-day thing.
Okay.
All right. Well, good luck, and we'll get to see if you can rise to the top, or if you will be one of the first to fall. Alrighty. So, Ire and Ragu have gone to sign up for the tournament. The rest of you, you're currently in the street entertainment area. You can continue to stay there to look for other things, or obviously look for any issues or what have you. Or you can move on to games and events, or the open air market. So what are you going to do?
I'm getting my fortune told.
Okay, so you enter, and she looks up, and you see that at first she starts to recoil and then seems to control herself, and then says like, "Oh, my apologies, sir. Bad memories. Hope you understand. I had a family member who died to this saga, and no offense to you. Anyway, 5 silver to have your fortune told."
Good thing.
Okay.
I give her the 5 silver.
And she waves her hands around the crystal ball, and it becomes cloudy. And then she says, "I see an interesting future for you. It looks like a fight. No, it is a protest. And I see some guards running, and something falling and hitting the ground. That's important." And then it fades. That's all I see.
Interesting.
Well, that was unique. I generally don't get fortunes like that.
I'm a unique person. Thank you.
Clearly.
Um,
Alrighty. So Devok's getting his fortune told. Oreo, what are you doing?
I would like to very specifically, well, I don't know if I can do these both at the same time, but one, I want to walk around past the street entertainment, going into games, events, and even the market, just kind of casually. One, keeping an ear out if there's anything that piques my interest based on what we've heard so far. And then more importantly, I actually want to use the new skill that I've mastered, which is guarding, to see if there's any peculiarities that I can spot in the crowd.
Okay. That's fair. All right, so as you pass through the games and events area, you see that there's a stall that seems to convert silvers into tokens. You can kind of see them laid out. Actually, I'll show you what they look like. That's what they look like. And you can see that there's a variety of games. There's an ale drinking contest, a pie eating contest, some sort of dancing contest. You can see a stump chopping contest, people tossing logs, and that seems to be a contest. You can see what's essentially some sort of pen, and you can see a giant boar in there, and it looks like people are riding it, some sort of giant boar rodeo. You see some lizards racing. You see people running on barrels, doing races. You see an archery range. Some people doing shell games, where they'll have a shell and an object underneath, and they'll shuffle it and see if you can guess where it is. Although you're pretty sure that not all of them are very honest. And you see a bunch of stalls featuring Emperor's Dice. And before you move on, I will go ahead, since you're around, they have big signs that show you what that's like. So I'm going to go ahead and show that to everybody. You will need to click on the hourglass to get a good view of that. But you can read about Emperor's Dice, which of course you could play if you wanted. And then beyond that, you also go through the open market area, like you said, and there you see a variety of vendors, and Toulouse is one of them, by the way. And she's actually selling useful goods for outdoor living, things like tents and sleeping bags and lanterns, rations, that kind of thing. And you can see multiple vendors selling trinkets, selling board games and wooden toys. And you can see, you recognize them from Ragu, that Gimbal actually has a stall. You can actually pass by and you see he's selling some sort of metal toys that you can wind up and they move around. You also see a potion vendor, an art dealer. There's somebody selling raffle tickets, saying that there's going to be a raffle later today. So as you're passing through all of these places, go ahead and give me a roll on your skill.
Okay.
Okay. So as you're passing through these places, you can see. One moment. Yeah, you can see that there's an argument between two groups in the open air market. They're kind of to the back. There's a bunch of people walking in front of them, so they'd be kind of hard to stand out with all the noise. But due to your skill, you can you notice them, and they seem to be having an argument related to the portal, the whole portal issue. And one group seems to be arguing that exploring the new worlds is for the benefit of everyone, and that there may even be clues on how to solve real issues. And then another group is arguing about all the dangers, about the city that's been destroyed, and what kind of weapons are there, and what if people get a hold of those and destroy Mavin, etc. And so there's this whole thing going back and forth. And one thing you remember is you were told that the Kylon threat has been more or less kept hidden for most people because the military and the Empire is losing ground. They're trying hard not to get people to panic, and you realize as you see this fight going back and forth that they don't realize anything about that threat really. Not the dangers from Lumev or the hope it provides, and so that's perhaps causing issues. Anyway, so what do you do?
Is there any significant people at the forefront of each group, or is it just like a big ass argument between two big groups just colliding, so to
There's
speak?
probably 3 or 4 people on each side, and as far as you can tell, they seem to be ordinary people.
Mm. And it doesn't seem like anyone else is catching the conversation going on, or is it they're still keeping it kind of quiet among themselves
They're
because of the
they're
crowds?
they're pretty loud, but they haven't actually started fighting, and so it seems like most of the crowds are just kind of going around them, and with everybody talking constantly in this area, and of course, there's musicians playing, there's all sorts of different noises going on, so it's easy for that stuff to get drowned out.
Um, I will likely just stick around. If you need me to stealth, I'll just do the stealth, but I just want to be in the vicinity of that group just to see how things keep moving forward.
Okay, you're just kind of hanging out and just without them noticing you, just so that you can just keep an eye on things.
Keep an eye and just keep listening to the conversation, see what else I can get from what's going on.
Okay, well, this will be hard for you. You need a DC 10, and you have advantage on stealth.
All right, regular stealth, or
Yes,
can I do camouflage?
you can use camouflage. Do you have a
If
natural?
it's, if I was gonna say, if it's camouflage and you said I need to break a 12, my bonus for camouflage is 12.
Okay, so you succeed. You use your skill and you succeed automatically
Okay.
because there's no critical failure with skills.
Okay.
Okay, so yeah, you stick around, and the group after a while kind of disperses, and they go on their own. They kind of blend into the crowd. Um, but you notice that as they were dispersing, um, there was like one guy who was last to disperse as far as his yelling his arguments about how the portal should be destroyed, um, and then he finally gave up and left as well.
Okay. I would just keep an eye out still, kind of seeing if there's any peculiarities of anyone being sneaky or anything about, but that's it, and you can go with either the rest of the guys.
Okay, so you keep checking it out, and while you're doing that, Ragu and Ire, Pico and Davak, you're all done with whatever you were doing. Ragu and Ire, you're already signed up. So what are you guys gonna do?
I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to go track down everybody else and let them know that if they see a cat around, it's going to be me. And I am going to excuse myself, find somewhere nice and quiet to wild shape, and I'm going to go ahead and turn into a fairly ordinary cat and go ahead and start patrolling all of the grounds, basically anywhere where there's lots of people clustering around to see what I can hear.
Okay, you start doing so. So Pico is now gone. He is a cat. So good luck finding him. Oreo is kind of in the middle, um, basically checking out the crowds. So Davak and Ragu and Ire, what are you three doing?
Siren word of a dice game. Sounds interesting.
Okay,
I'm gonna check
so
out this dice game.
as you approach, you realize that there's a stall that converts silvers into tokens. You can see the tokens on the map, and the cost of the tokens is the number on the tokens. So, like one silver for one, and all the way up to 50 silvers for one of these gold pieces. So, if you're gonna do any games, you'd have to go and buy tokens. So, are you gonna do so?
Yeah, I'll do that.
Okay, so what are you buying?
Mm,
And you know that the tokens you can exchange silver for tokens, and then once you're done, you can exchange the tokens back for silver
right.
or for prices.
I'll get 100 tokens worth in the fives.
Okay, so which ones are you getting?
Five each. Actually, no. I get 5 10s and 25s. I
Five
think that
tens
math works
and
out.
25s?
Wait, is that math? And 10 5s. 5 10s and 10 5s. That math works out.
5 tens and 10 fives.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, so that is 100, yes.
Yeah. Math is hard.
Now, how many clear bromes was that?
All right, so is there anybody else joining Ire in the game?
Did they let cats play?
You
Not, not
can
regular
sit on my
cats.
lap if you
No.
want and watch.
Okay, so I guess it's just you, Ire. That's fine. But there are other people playing as well because it's the game from between 2 to 6. So I'm going to go ahead and change maps. You can, everybody should be able to see the map, but obviously only Ire is there.
Okay. I gotta reread the rules. I don't know this.
So let me go ahead.
First bona fide mini game.
So,
You
Ire,
are-
I'm going to put your token down by one of the things, and I am going to give you your tokens.
Whoop.
Yeah, let me read the rules again.
What the heck? Why is this not copying? Paste. 2, 3, 4, 5. There we go. So we got 5 of those, and then 10 fives. Okay, so there you go. So you can see your area, you have your tokens, and now I'm going to put down the NPCs. So when you're looking for a table, are you looking for a full table? Or are you looking for one with just a few? What kind of thing are you looking for?
I'll go to a smaller table at first just to learn the game.
Okay. I got to replace this thing. It's having issues. All right, so you find a table that has 2 people on it other than yourself. Does that sound all right?
Yeah, that's fine. Oh, this is basically like poker rules.
All right, so let me bring up the rules real quick. So the first thing you want to do is you need to put your put 5 in. That's the ante.
All right. Yeah.
And you put it in the chest in the center.
All right.
Yeah, you're supposed to roll your dice in the cup, not your coins.
Uh-huh. Well, I didn't move that one, so.
Oh.
Wait, did my monies go into the?
Yeah, so just take your coin and put it in the middle of the chest.
Okay.
I guess Vanilli couldn't make it to this game.
Yeah, I guess not. He said he was looking for a small table. So, yep. Okay. All right, so now let me bring up the rules.
Oh,
I
God.
think Jackson should have joined in on one of these.
I'm about to get clowned.
All right, so now the next thing you need to do is if you see the dice you have, if you select, if you drag and drop, or drag, you should be able to make a selection. So go ahead and select 3 of your dice and roll them. And you can roll them by, what are you doing? Put everything back.
Putting them in the. Oh, okay.
Yeah, just put them
Not
back.
this- I thought
Select
this
3 of your
dice.
dice, and then you should see roll dice on the right side. There you go. And then add that up. And what's so that's 16. So you're 16. And then the rest of them are going to do the same. So Millie is 12. And then Charla will do the same thing. And 8, she is 9. All right. So now you know what order you're going in. So then, Ire, the first thing you're going to do then is select all your dice and go ahead and roll them.
Alright.
All right. Now, based on the value of the sets, remember there's 3 turns, and you're going to be able to decide what dice to hold and which ones
Right.
to discard. And
Oh,
so
wait,
what
don't
you
they
need to
have
do,
to? Don't they have to bet too?
you need to make a bet. So you need to decide. Do you think you're gonna have a winning set? And so you need to make a bet up to 50.
Don't they have to ante also?
You already. Oh, they do have to ante. So let
Yeah, I'm getting scammed over here.
me. That's fine.
Swindled.
Heads I win, tails you lose.
Anyway,
Uh,
while I'm doing that, yeah. So basically,
I'll bet 5.
okay. So now when it's their turn, what they do is they decide whether they want to match or they want to raise. But first they have to roll. And Millie is looking at her hand, at her set. She's like, "Yeah, this looks good. I am going to raise by 5." So at this point in time, since you've already gone Ire, you can decide: do you want to put another 5 in, or do you want to withdraw?
I'll put another 5 in.
Okay. And then finally, Charlotte goes. So she rolls, and she sees that she has 2 pairs, and she's like, "Oh yeah, I'm definitely in." So she puts her 10 in there. And then for the last thing we do on the first turn, Ire, is you get to discard whichever ones you're not going to hold. So whatever you're discarding goes into the bowl.
Let me take another look at the rolls real quick.
So just drag the dice that you're going to discard, if any, into the bowl.
Yeah. Let's see what happens.
Okay. And
Wait. Actually, just a clarifying question. The full castle. I'm assuming it's similar to poker rolls, where any 3 of a kind plus a pair is a full castle.
yes, it shows you examples right there.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. So Millie's like, I don't know. All right. These 3 will go in here. And then Charlotte's like, yeah, I'm going to have you 2 beat. And she puts her 1 in there. And now we begin round 2. So let me fix that. All right, so round 2. Ire, go ahead and roll your die, any dice that are in the bowl. So just click on it. There you go. And now you get to decide whichever dice you're not going to hold, put in the bowl.
Oh God. Oh man. I think I'm done. I'm done for. You know what they say? Go big or go home. I'm gonna put in the same thing.
Okay, so you do so, and then Millie goes like, "Well, I hope I roll well." Yes, I did. And then she leaves 1 in the bowl, and then Charlotte says, "Oh, okay, well, I'll just take a chance. Why not?" Yes, full castle. All right, beginning of round 3. This is the final round. So, Ire, you get to roll the die in the bowl, and this will be your final die roll.
Wait, no, I don't want to change what I have in the bowl.
Well, too late now.
Oh no, I can't win.
So there you go. So go ahead and pull it out. And Millie rolls, and she's like, full castle. And Charla, it's like, I also got a full castle. And then since they both have full castles, the dealer says, all right, take a die and roll it, and whoever gets the highest roll wins.
Wait, who's the dealer? Is a dealer?
Well, there's basically someone paying attention to and
Yeah,
and,
gotcha.
and going through all the steps.
The house.
And
yeah.
so Charla wins. So she takes all the coins.
Oh god, my money. Well, I played myself.
I was gonna say you don't always win your first hand. I mean,
Yeah.
Double or nothing.
Yeah, definitely nothing. Let's go again.
All right. So the question now is, does anybody else want to join? If
Come on,
not,
guys.
I guess Oreo's not in unless the game is rigged.
all right.
Sorry.
So just to keep things easy, we'll use the same order. So Ire, go ahead and roll all your dice.
Well,
right.
we got an Annie first. man.
Yep. Fair enough. Everybody ante. So Ire, you rolled all your dice. What are you gonna bet, if anything? You don't actually have to. Okay, you're gonna bet 5.
5.
All right. So then Millie will roll, and she's like, "What a terrible hand." I'll take a chance. And then Charla rolls, and she's like, "Yep, I'm doing well. I am going to put 10 in. So I'm going to raise you by 5." And then Charla says, "All right then," and she puts in her 5. You put in your 5 as well?
Yeah, I put one in.
All right. So Ire, go ahead and put any dice that you're not holding into the bowl.
All right.
All right. Fair enough. And then Millie, she's like, "All right." She does the same, shoves everything in there. And then Charla says, yeah, hopefully I'll get a full castle. All right. So that should have been 1, but I'm just going to put this to 2 now, because I forgot to reset that. All right, Ire, round 2. Go ahead and roll your dice in the bowl.
Oh, baby.
And generally, you can actually move these around. Oops. What the heck happened?
2s over 3s.
Yeah, okay, there you go. Yeah, you can move it, you can organize. Okay, great. So I'm assuming nothing goes in the bowl.
Yeah.
All right. Millie is going to roll. And
Well.
she gets nothing. And then finally, Charlotte's going to roll.
No, please no.
And he's going to keep that there. So, okay, we're now going to round 3.
Oh god, it's a 1/3 chance decides
All
my
right.
fate.
So now the question is, you don't have anything in the bowl to roll, and so you're done. So that's what you got. Millie, on the other hand, has a lot to roll.
Wait, do I get to? Oh, never mind. I'm crazy.
She gets nothing. She's gonna just pull it out. She is not happy. You can tell she's like grumbling. And then finally, Charla rolls, and she's like, whatever. I still got 2 pair. And then she looks at the chart and realizes that she lost. Ire, you win.
Yeah, I broke even. That's what I'm talking about.
Alrighty. So
You'd make Jemmy proud.
at this point in time, do you want to play again, or are you going to quit?
I'll do one. I'll do one more round and a big table, and I'm going all in. Not all in, but I'm going like.
Okay, so you want a big
hard.
table. All right.
And I want a big table with big bets.
Any players, other players joining?
Not
Yes or
confident.
no, son. It's just a little
I'm
bit of
actually
money.
enjoying watching.
I am too, to be honest.
Hold on one moment. Come on, computer. There we go. All right. Let me go ahead and give people money.
Well, I'm even so far, I think. So now is my chance to lose all my money.
All right.
I believe
definitely. Okay, so everybody go ahead and roll 3 of your dice.
Whoa, guys, you trying to steal my money? You gotta ante up.
8, 9, 10. Let's see.
Oops.
Carlene got a 10.
Viva lost wages.
Oh, I rolled the same thing. I had a 16 again. That's pretty good.
So that's 8, 12 for Millie. And 4, 7 for Charla. And Willem, he gets a 10. And I don't know if you figured it out, but your character might have. So that's 11 for Jameson. But in this game, it's actually better to go last.
Oh no, I rolled a 16, so
You're just gonna have to move your
Let's see,
seat.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so you need to put
you
it.
didn't. Yeah.
Alrighty, so you're 16. Yeah, the reason that it's better to go last is because you only have the information that's currently on the board when you're betting. So if you're first, you don't know what anybody else has gotten yet.
Well, I'm going hard, so you know what? It doesn't matter.
All right, so
anyway.
go ahead and roll all your dice.
Oh.
All right. So what's your bet?
Oh.
You can you don't have to actually add money. You can basically match. But if somebody else makes a higher bet, then you'll have to afterward. Then you'll have to put up more.
I'm gonna put in 25. Cause I'm confident.
Brilliant.
Mhm.
All right. So that after you, it is Millie. So Millie is going to roll hers. God dang it! Sorry about that. I am having my mouse. Sorry, my USB hub is acting really annoying today. Oh wait, she has to roll these as well. Oops. All right. So she gets a pair. So she decides to go ahead and match her 25. All right. Then we have Carlene, who is going to roll all of hers. And she gets a pair, so she decides to match your 25. And then we have Willem. Let's see how well Willem does. Willem gets a single pair. And he shakes his head and withdraws.
You
And-
suck, well.
And then Charla rolls.
Whoa!
And, she got a full castle, so she's going to go in for 25. And then Jameson. Oh, Jameson was an 11, so I actually did him out of order. We'll get that right next time. And he rolls. And he decides that he's going to take the chance as well. All right, so back to you, Ire. Go ahead and put any dice that you are not going to hold. Okay, excellent. Then Millie is going to do the same. And then Jameson, who should be going now, is going to do the same. And then Carlene, obviously, will do the same. And after Carlene, Willem goes, and he is obviously going to do the same. And
Willem was out. He didn't bet.
oh, you're right, he is out. I actually marked him too. Let me go ahead and do that again. And then Charla, she is going to keep what's out and leave it at that. Alrighty, so let's go to round 2. Oops, wrong one.
Round 6.
Alright, so it's round 2. You get to roll whatever's in your bowl.
Alright.
And then at this point in time, anything you're going to keep, make sure to move out of your bowl.
Okay, question. What wins? Threes over ones or fours over ones? She wins. God damn it. Alright. I have to reroll all these.
Okay, that's what you're doing. All right.
Actually, I'm gonna keep the 5.
Okay, so the ones you're leaving in, which you're going to re-roll next time.
Yeah.
Okay. Alrighty. So at this point in time, Millie is going to re-roll all hers. And she's got nothing. So Jameson is going to re-roll his one. And that apparently rolled a... No, it didn't. Roll. Come on. Roll. All right. I'm guessing the script's broke. Let me fix it. Sorry. Oh, there it goes.
No
It fixed itself.
shot.
All right. So that was Jameson. Carlene's got a bunch to re-roll, so she's going to do that. And then she has got a full castle at this point. And then Charla is, after looking around and seeing other people have full castles, she's... Oh, she can't. Never mind. She's stuck. She is stuck, so that's the end of her turn. All right. Beginning of round 3. And Ire, re-roll your bowl. Okay,
Well,
so you can
that
take those
was
out. That is
sad.
those are your final cards, or your final dice. Hold on one moment. All right, and then Millie, she is going to roll again, and this is her final set. So she has 3 of a kind. Come on, there. So she has 3 of a kind. And then Jameson, he's going to keep what he has, obviously. Carlene is going to keep what she has. And Charla is going to keep what she has. So, if we look, we see that a full castle is above 3 of a kind. So, let's see who has the best full castle. And the way the rules work is if you get the same set, the part of the set that's largest, the value of that die determines the winner. So Jameson actually wins.
Wow. How could I lose?
Alrighty then. So Jameson wins. And are we done, or are you gonna play again?
Yeah, no, I'm out.
Alrighty. So I'll just leave it be. So basically, out of all the money you put into this, what's on the table is what you currently have left. So that's 10. Sorry. Oh wait, you see a lot more in here. Okay, you had a lot more than I thought. Oh jeez. All right, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 85. So how much you have now?
All right.
And you put in 100, so you lost 15, which is not too bad. So I'm going to move everybody back.
We take those.
Alrighty, so that was what Ire is doing. What are you doing, Ragu?
I was watching him gamble his money. I'm sorry, that was fun.
All right, cool. All right. So is there anybody else doing anything?
Yeah, I was actually gonna look through the open air market and see if there's anything interesting.
Okay. So we should
Yes, there is that.
as you go through the open air market, you see vendors selling various trinkets, some to commemorate the festival, some just like glass necklaces. There's different like little bronze statuettes of various different animals. There's vendors selling board games and wooden toys, including a full set of Emperor's dice. the cup and the dice so that you can play on your own. Um, that kind of thing. You also see a potion vendor who's selling potions such as a potion of healing, potion of greater healing, potion of climbing, potion of animal friendship, potion of fire breath, potion of hill giant strength. Unfortunately, the cheapest of those is 500 silver. There's an art dealer that are selling clearly non-magical art, things like paintings and statues, and there's a raffle ticket. And apparently, the raffle tickets are 5 silvers each. And at the end of the day, there'll be a raffle, and the winner of the raffle will win some mystery magic item.
Oh.
Oh, before everything goes too far into the weeds, it occurred to me that as the party's mingling in, I want to also try to take note of anybody who's expressing unusual interest in any of the rest of us.
Okay.
Same. That's the whole point of me being in kind of guarding kind of position too.
Okay, fair enough. And we'll get back to that in a moment. But first, Devok, what are you doing?
I'm thinking about buying some raffle tickets.
I will buy some raffle tickets with you.
Okay.
How many are we thinking?
There are 5 silvers for each ticket, so how many tickets are you going to buy?
I'm thinking about that. What do you guys think?
10 or 20. 10 each.
We've got a lot of money. Let's do 20.
Okay.
20
so,
raffles. Please.
All right. So
Speak for yourself, all right? I haven't
that'll
been
be,
stealing like you guys.
So yeah, that'll be 100 silver.
I'm not rich, right?
What do you mean? Not rich. We just got so much platinum.
I'm a humble man.
And what were those potions again? I remember the one with the
Potion of healing, potion of greater healing, potion of climbing, potion of animal friendship, potion of fire breath, and potion of hill giant strength.
Okay.
Why just a set of those dice, or a set of Emperor's dice?
So the cup and the dice, along with instructions, comes to a total of 25 silvers.
That could be interesting. That could be like downtime or something.
Yeah, fun little game. I enjoyed it. I play.
Yeah, we could try that at some point. I'll buy a set.
Okay,
5 you said?
it's 25 silvers.
As I'm looking, would it be an Arcana check, or would I have to do something special to find out whether or not these were actual legit potions?
You would probably need to do. You can do
Because
detect
with-
magic to see if they're magical. You can do alchemy if you can convince them to give you some of the potion. You can potentially do an Arcana check to see if they look correct.
What about knowledge about reputable vendors in town? Like who's selling them?
Yeah, I
That's
was
a good
gonna say
question.
with-
You could do a knowledge check as well.
All right. Because I'll start off with a knowledge check because what with the big deal about magic items being regulated and stuff, I'm surprised they're selling this in an open market for any child to buy fire breathing.
Fair enough.
So
What's wrong with a kid buying fire breathing?
well, he'd set the town on fire.
That's a very good
All right.
question.
Hey, Gliptwang's not here.
All right. So what was that one? The history you said?
Yeah,
Or,
a history if you're doing a knowledge,
okay.
unless you have a specific knowledge-based skill.
Investigation.
No, I was thinking there are actually knowledge-based
Okay.
sub-skills.
Oh, in that case, yeah, just history.
Okay.
Yeah,
it's
no, I know
perfectly
nothing
legit.
about these guys.
No, you don't know. You don't know anything about the potion vendors. You've for so long you've just used Gimbal for everything, and left potion buying else to other people that you just really haven't looked into it.
All right. And in that case, I'm just going to
Gotta
look at the,
diversify your investments.
yeah, I'm just going to go ahead and look at like the potion of fire breathing and heal giant strength, see if they look like they should.
Okay, go ahead and make an Arcana check then. Okay, you're looking at them, and you're getting the impression that there's probably some magic in there, but it's probably vastly diluted, meaning the effects are probably fairly small compared to what you expect.
And how much are they asking for these potions?
Between 500 and 2,000.
It was tempting, but with the knowledge that they're probably highly diluted and not what I'm expecting, I'll go ahead and pass on them. But we can see what our magic item raffled off is.
Fair enough. Alrighty. Okay, so you're doing that, and Oreo, as you're casing the crowd, you notice something odd. So let me scroll to that. All right, so you notice that there's a group gathering, and they're kind of gathering in an open place, in between the games and open air market, and and you can hear them starting to chant, and you can hear them starting to try to rile up the crowds. They're talking about the dangers of Lumev, all the crazy monsters, destroyed cities, and how this stuff shouldn't be allowed. And just as the fervor is starting to build to a crescendo, you notice suddenly several guards run up and start yelling. It's like, calm down, come with us. We need to take you into questioning and so forth. And they start pulling away the protesters. But you notice that when one of the protesters, one that was kind of in the back whispering at the others, as he gets pulled away, a small sack becomes loose and hits the ground. And then the guards take the protesters away. So what do you do?
I would like to stealthily make my way over and try and take the sack.
Okay, go ahead and make your stealth check.
Okay, so correct me here. Can I use tailing?
I think tailing's probably fine.
Okay. And I'll do that at advantage because I'm making sure that I'm trying to be as stealthy as possible.
Okay.
Using the
boots.
boots.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. What is it?
Okay, yeah, you go over there, you snatch it, and nobody notices. There's so many people around, so much noise that you just kind of walk on by, and the sack is just gone. And inside the sack, you find 5 coppers, 15 silvers, 2 gold, and a crumpled up letter.
I definitely want to be. I mean, am I considered with that kind of a role? Like, I can get to a spot that I'm a bit still stealthy
Yeah,
that nobody's watching me?
basically that's part of your stealth check. You take it and you kind of go off where you're kind of alone.
Okay, so I'll spend that time to read on the letter if you want to jump over to Pico.
Okay, so let me go ahead and put you on there. Player's Journal, Oreo. A new letter should have appeared in your handouts. Do you see it?
Give me a sec. Yes, I do. I'll
Okay.
start reading. Okay, thank you.
So you got that, and Pico, you're walking around as a cat, and you saw a bunch of guards go by, and you see them pulling some people away. You probably heard some of the commotion and the guards yelling.
Now, for reference, one thing I'd be doing is taking advantage of Cat to be able to get up on high places and stuff like that.
Okay, so you
I'd
probably
be-
see all that then.
Okay.
And you see.
Would he be able to see even my stealth, or would he have to break my stealth with
Well,
the
he
perception
saw
to
you
be able to
pass
see?
by, but he didn't actually, with that roll, he didn't see you pick up anything. He just saw
Interesting.
you walk
Okay.
by where the group was.
Okay.
All right. So what are you doing, Pico?
Um, so the and did I see anything unusual about any of the protesters?
Yeah, one in particular, like, seemed to be in the back. He seemed to be whispering to the other protesters, and
Now, could I see his mouth?
um, maybe go ahead and make a perception check. Yeah, I think you can read lips, so you have an advantage. Okay. Yeah, so you didn't see it the whole time, but you could see him whispering, and you can see him talking about. He's basically whispering to other people about the dangers of Lumev and the destroyed city, and he's also whispered something about a conspiracy to use those weapons, Lumev weapons. The Nexus Guild was going to use those against the people.
Alrighty. Alrighty then.
So that's what you saw. And yeah, like I said, you saw Oreo pass by, but she disappeared. Went out of sight. So what are you going to do?
Um, I'm gonna follow the group for a while to see if anybody breaks free of the guards. If it looks like that's all under control, then I'll probably return to the festival.
Okay, so yeah, you follow for a while, and it doesn't look like anything's happening. The guards seem to have it under control. And in the meantime, Ragu, what are you doing?
Well, if there was this kind of commotion going on, I was curious to see if I can see anything about. I mean, shoot, what do I know? I'm looking at the protesting group, the group that wants the gates shut down. I want to see if there's any sort of like person in charge or person instigating them.
There was, like I mentioned to Pico, there's definitely one person who was in the back, um, whispering to the others. He seems to be possibly an instigator. However, he is currently in the custody of the guards.
All right, so he got actually picked up too, so it's not like
Yes.
any of those guys got away.
That's right.
All right. Um,
Yeah, if you don't have anything specific to do, you can pass.
yeah, I can't think of anything
Okay.
specific now that that situation's been neutralized.
Yep, no problem. All right, so after all that happens, another commotion of a different kind starts. In the middle of the street to the west, you see a large parade start from down the street and starts passing by the street entertainment. The parade consists of look like soldiers or city guard in ceremonial polished armor. You see clowns, entertainers, and others joining the parade. And as they do so, as the parade starts passing by, you notice that there you notice a bunch of like 5 or 6 people kind of running, basically out of the street entertainment area into the games event and open air market. And as they run, you can see several of them yelling, "Doom is coming! The gates the gates to the underworld are open, and that underworld is called Lumev." And they start running and trying to rile the crowd. And
Quick question: how quickly is this happening? Have I gotten back yet?
you would probably just have arrived back, maybe to where you are now, as they're reaching the center. They seem to be taking advantage of the parade in order to get into position and start spreading their word before the guards can react. And yeah, you're just arriving as that's happening.
All right, in that case,
Yeah,
I'm going to try and stay as close to them as possible.
Okay, so they're shouting and trying to rile up the crowd. So what are you guys doing?
I'm definitely going to try and get as close as I can to one or possibly two of them. Like both of them within arm's reach.
Okay, you're trying to get as close as you can, so go ahead and make a stealth check. You have advantage because of all the noise and commotion.
I'm also going to keep an eye out for anybody in the group trying to pull out any sort of items or anything.
Okay. All right, so yeah, you're able to get close, and they don't seem to notice you. Oreo, obviously, you saw them coming since you're kind of in the crowd. So what are you doing, if anything?
Is it just, you said it was a couple of them, said 5 or 6 of them though, right?
Yeah.
Um,
From what you can tell, it seems to be there seems to be one person again who is instigating things. This person seems to be his head is kind of covered, his face is covered, and you can see whenever one of the other people are at a loss for what to say, he's right there whispering something.
I want to keep an eye on him. So I want to be close, but not the same kind of closeness as as Ragu's probably intending to. So, but I want to be within, like, maybe within 30 feet of that individual, just kind of keeping an eye out and seeing what exactly, what their next moves are.
Okay. And Ire and Devok, are you doing anything?
I don't know if I have the skills to help here.
Okay, let me go ahead and actually put a token down for the group here.
Okay.
So they would
By the
probably
way,
be right
what
there.
are, just a curiosity, what are they wearing?
So most of the group it seems to be wearing normal clothes. You can see what looks like warehouse workers, maybe servers, porters, that kind of thing. And then one person in particular is wearing kind of a dark cloak, covering his face, and seems to be trying harder to hide himself.
Okay.
And there we go. All right. So yep, they're approaching. They're riling up the crowd, and you can hear in the distance guards coming. They'll probably be there in maybe a minute. So is there anything you're going to do before the guards arrive?
I'm going to try and hold an action. I'm going to, because it looks like this is just natural ground, right?
Yeah.
All right. I'm going to go ahead and hold an action for mold earth. If I see anybody throw or drop something, I'm going to go ahead and try and use mold earth wherever the stuff is going to land, basically to make a hole for it.
Okay. All right. So you do so. Is anybody else doing anything?
I would
Oh, and
like
that
to,
means I have to have changed form, so I'm back in Pico mode.
Okay. So I'm assuming you're like on a roof, and then doing that, or did you go back to the ground?
I would have had to get down to ground level, I think, because there's only a limited range of I can do with mold earth, unless they're staying close to stuff where I can still stay up high.
No, they're more or less out in the middle of where the tents are. So okay, so you get back to the ground. Anyway, sorry. Was there anybody else doing anything before the guards arrived?
The people, the two guys that I'm close to, they're not the leader one. The leader one's just with the Oreo, right?
So there's probably about 6 people total. One of them, like I said, is the one hiding himself, and in the back,
Yeah.
the others seem normal. So go ahead.
But the guy who's the leader guy is not one of the two people I'm covering right now, right?
I'm sorry, I'm having trouble hearing you. Say that again.
the guy who's the leader guy, the guy who's covering his head or whatever, he is not one of the two people that I am covering, correct? Or not correct?
He's not. Somebody else repeat what he said?
So is
Can
he
he?
because he was checking, he was getting close to some folks, but he's wondering if he was tracking the main guy, the guy that Oreo's now paying
Yeah.
attention to.
If you want to be, you basically the group's all together. So if you want to be close to the guy who's in the back covering himself, you can be close to him.
Yeah, I wanted to be within arm's reach of him and, if necessary, him and one other cultist, because I didn't realize there was a leader guy there. I was just going to have coverage on two cultists in case something bad happened.
Yeah. Okay.
But if I can
So
have coverage on the leader guy, then I'm going to be, right there to physically grab him so he doesn't get away.
okay, since you're close, you can see that he has hanging on his side what seems to be a large copper medallion. It's hard to say what the purpose of it is, but it seems to be tied to his belt or whatever's holding up his pants. Um, but yeah, that's about the only interesting thing you see about him.
Okay.
Okay.
Can I make a hand signal if I notice this?
Pico could probably see it. I'm not sure if Oreo would be able to see it
Well, I did say I was trying to stay within 30 feet of the guy,
Oh,
so
okay.
he's
Yeah. In that
really
case,
close to.
yeah. In that case, yeah. You can make it, and everybody but Devok would probably be able to see it.
Okay. Yeah, the
Can
hand signal I make is up close to my chest, but really subtle, like towards Oreo, and it's like just a little circle with my hand, and then kind of an arrow point down to the one leader guy.
Is there any way for me to use that as leverage to see if I can spot that medallion from where I'm at?
Sure. Make a perception check.
Um,
Oh yeah, you spot the medallion. All right. You can see it hanging there, and you can kind of see that there's some sort of symbol on there.
okay. Here's what I do want to, at least for a held action. If I see this guy, I don't know if I want to necessarily pull a weapon. Yeah, okay. If I see him pull out a weapon or do some sort of like what I think might be like a spell cast of some sort, I want to hold an arrow
Okay.
pointed at him.
So you're gonna pull out your bow and pull out an arrow.
Yeah, but I'm gonna try and aim it somewhere non lethal if it's possible.
Okay. So you do so, and at this point in time, the guards start hearing the commotion. They finally peeled away from the parade, and they're running toward the sound of motion. They see Oreo with the bow and arrow. I'm assuming it's pointing at the ground or something.
Yeah.
They probably, they'll probably see. Well, actually, Ragu and Pico, they made stealth rolls, so they're probably not noticing them. They probably would be noticing Ire and Devok. So the guards show up. Halt! What are you doing there? Put down your weapons. And when he said that, he was clearly aiming it at Oreo. And then says, "What is the commotion here?" And the guy who's robed, he kind of stands around and shrugs and he says, "This woman, she comes and pulls out an arrow, a bow and arrow." So what do you guys do?
I put the weapon away so they know that I'm not meaning anything with it.
Whoa.
And you can see the guy shrug. It's like, "There's a fight here. I have nothing to do with it." And you can see the kind of robed figure start walking away. But then you see some of the other protesters like, "What do you mean you don't have anything to do with it? You're the one who's telling us, no, quiet, I have nothing to do with it." And as he starts casually walking away, you see that the medallion he had and something else that you can't make out suddenly go into the bushes. And he says, I have nothing to do with it. And then the guards start chasing after him. So what do you guys do?
Can I then at that point stealth and try and follow that?
Yep.
The medallion?
Yeah, go ahead.
Now, that was the thing that I was specifically going to try and dump into a hole. Or, well, not that specific.
Oh.
Something
You
getting
were,
thrown.
except you threw it into a bush. Unless you're going to have the ground kind of grow and reach for it or something.
All right, well, I guess I can cancel that. Question is, does it look like that guy is getting away?
It looks like the guards are catching up to him, and it looks like they're probably going to catch him. But he did toss something before the guards could get to him.
Yeah, he tossed that medallion. Yeah, something else, but he tossed that medallion he was wearing. But I
Oreo,
want to
did
stay
you
close.
see that?
Yep. I mean, I was going for it, but you said that you were trying to do something with what you were holding, so I wanted to let you finish that.
I'll cancel it. Just careful in case it's dangerous. I'm going to go run and keep up with the guards. If it looks like that guy's going to get away, I've got a plan.
Okay, so yeah, they're running up to the guy, and it's like, hold it, and you're coming with us for questioning. And as the guards are doing this, they finally catch up with them. Are you doing anything, Pico?
I'm going to just kind of follow along the whole time. I mean, they're probably not going to want interference from me, so I'm just going to make sure that the guards get them wherever they're taking them safely.
Okay, so
If he breaks.
they wind up taking him into the street, and they kind of take him off to one side, and they it's like, sit still while we search you, and they start searching him. At this point in time, they're searching. Pico, you're observing. Oreo, you're trying to get to whatever went to the bushes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, go ahead and make your stealth check.
Okay, give me a sec.
Okay, so you go to the bushes. You see a large medallion, and I'm gonna go ahead and add you to that now. Oreo, you should see it show up in your handouts. You also see what appears to be a crumpled up letter. And I'm going to add that as well, Oreo. So you should see two new things that are added to your handouts.
Yep.
And before I go back to Pico and everything, is there anybody else doing anything? Okay.
I was trying to tail behind them, but if the guards already took him away, then I don't have to worry about that.
Yeah, they're Pico and the guards and the guy are basically all out in the streets. All right. So Pico, you see that the guards have searched the guy in robes, and he's like, "I told you, I don't have anything. I didn't do anything." And the guards are looking around. Well, we need to check to see if there are any witnesses. And one of them says, "Well, he really doesn't have anything." But and then another, the female walks around and notices you finally, Pico, because you're in regular human form, right? Or tabaxi form.
Yeah.
And she sees you there. She says, "Hey, did you see anything?"
Now, out of curiosity, is this the same lieutenant from before?
No, these are just regular guards.
Alrighty.
Let me show you the token. It looks similar, but it's not.
Okay. Well, I've just found this on the ground, but and basically what I do is where the cultist person or whatever can't see, I basically produce what's a little note that says, "We're investigating. He threw something in the bushes."
Okay. Okay. Well, please. Let's see. Okay, I'm gonna need everybody to come with me. And he's like, whoever's investigating, they need to come with me as well. So what do you do, Pico?
Um, I'm going to say, well, do I have to? I'm just a bystander, and then I'll go ahead and I'll kind of act like I don't need this, and then I'm going to change another note that basically says, willing to cooperate, need cover and anonymity for the moment.
Okay, she nods and she says, "Well, if you change your mind, we'll be over in the nearby building." And then she kind of points to the building. And
Alrighty.
then she takes. Sorry, you weren't forced to go. She takes the guy to the building. So what do you guys do?
I'm going to go ahead and catch up to Oreo. And all right, I caught the guy, but he's playing dumb and, of course, ditched something. I let them know. I tried to be as sneaky as I could, let them know we're looking into this. Hopefully, the guy doesn't know for sure that we're involved, but you never know. So, what'd you find?
I think we need to have the whole group together to talk. And I mean ASAP.
Sure, quick.
Like Galen involved too?
Maybe not necessarily him, but I still want the whole group in the know of what the hell's going on right now. This is
Okay.
pretty big.
No problem. Let everybody else come up.
And I suggest that we do it somewhere where there's also no guards or anything, because I have no idea who all is involved in this, and it would be better to keep only our ears involved.
All right.
So
So where
we
do you
can
guys go?
find. I don't know if we want to stay in the festivities or we want to take it somewhere, maybe to I don't know, to some alleyway in some residential area nearby. I don't know, but just somewhere really private, but just for us.
Well, okay, I guess they kind of had to clear space for this festival. Do they have any areas that are kind of blocked off, just for where they don't want people coming through?
The arena is definitely blocked off. There are tents set aside for people who need some personal space, although they're just tents. There is, of course, the building the guards currently are. If you go further away, there are large sets of buildings that are just normal city. So you could potentially find alleys that way.
Yeah, I just want to find somewhere, kind of maybe between a couple of houses, especially somewhere where the terrain's fairly uneven. I'll just go ahead and excavate us a little conference room.
It's all right. So you probably want maybe somewhere in the buildings, like to the south.
Yeah. So,
All right.
Close by, quick, convenient, but private.
Okay. So if everybody goes where Pico is, that'll be good enough.
Okay. So once I know that we're in a good enough spot, I start pulling out the medallion, the in the two letters. So you should be able to put them in their handout so that everybody could see them.
Okay. Let's see, all players. So everybody should see the medallion.
I'll explain that the one that I found in the bushes there is the one called the cultist letter. And then I'll explain that there's another group just before this thing came about that threw something on the ground and I snatched it before anyone else could. And apparently that's a murder plot.
Yeah, so you got the murder plot, cultist letter, medallion. So everybody see all that?
Looks like it.
Should be in handouts.
Now,
yes,
question for
yes.
you, Jeremy, while they're reading that. Would Pico and Oreo have had I guess everybody, well, first off, the first group that first came in that was making the big commotion before the parade, would Pico and Oreo have seen their faces? Well, would they have seen them relatively well? You said I know that they were like normal civilian type people, but
Yeah,
were
both
we able to?
cases, there seemed to be one person who kept themselves hidden and seemed to be in the back, and everybody else seemed to be normally clothed.
So the things that fell off were from those mysterious people.
Exactly.
Okay.
So there's
Sure.
two people essentially, and all the stuff you have were from either of those.
Okay, so at least we know what that specific cloak kind of disguise they used was. I'm trying to. The reason I'm asking this more specifically is in case we wanted to, let's say, mimic one of these guys in public, would we be able to pull it off based on what we saw right now?
You could probably pull off something that looks like them from a casual glance. You probably didn't get enough view of their faces, and certainly not of
Right.
underneath the clothes for anything more than that.
Right. But just enough to kind of make it look like we could pull off being one of these guys.
Right.
Okay.
And while we're at it, you guys have the Jared note, or different groups have the Jared note and the Kragar note. If you decide you want me to share either of those, you can, if you share amongst yourselves, let me know and I can share as well.
Pico, Oreo, is there any problem with sharing the Jared note?
I don't. No, I don't
Should
think there's
be fine as
anything.
long as
Yeah.
Ire's not too unsubtle. Hey everybody, you got this note from Jared about the cultists at the Golden Dice. We're supposed to meet him.
All right, I just shared the Jared note. As far as the Kragar note, I'll just leave that alone because Galen is also on there, so you probably want his input.
Alrighty.
Did you guys get a chance to read the letters?
Yeah. My initial concern is the murder plot. We don't
Yep.
know who it is that's being targeted, but I think we're going to need to find out who's in there, figure out a way if we can kind of keep an eye on weapons.
Yeah, I need to be able to find a way to mess with weapons. We need to figure out what weapon it is and what the modus operandi will be. I mean, if it's going to be a poisoned weapon or a magic weapon slipped into the festival.
I mean, it's still the day before the tournament. We can always go back to the arena and kind of poke around and see how things are being handled before the games tomorrow.
Let's try and get a roster of participants because we can go take that and see if we can get any information on those.
Yeah, I mean, if there's anybody that's joining the tournament that's obviously on a dozen hit lists, that might be part of it,
You're also going really faint there, Tyler, FYI.
Sorry, can you hear me better?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
All right, so it sounds like you guys are forming up a plan, and we will continue along toward that plan next session.
Yep.
So let me.
Dun, dun, dun.
Ba-ba-ba.
Just for bookkeeping, did I ever get the other thing identified, or leave that till next time?
Not yet. I don't think I think you guys went straight here. I don't think you went to do that yet, but we can definitely take care of that next session. All right, let me go ahead and get your experience together. Session 28. Alrighty, so let's see. You have 280. Alright, so that's 0. That is 140 times 8. Sorry, give me a moment. 1120. Alrighty, so that'd be 1400. All right, Oreo, did you fail any impactful rolls? I don't think so.
And I was gonna say I don't think any of us rolled any impactful rolls because we never even got in combat or anything.
Yeah.
Unless you count Emperor's dice.
No, I don't.
I had some pretty bad rolls.
Hey, it had
I
immediate
did-
consequences on his pocketbook.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
I did critically fail an Arcana check and a history check. I don't know if that counts for anything.
But if that's the case, I mean, I thought those were ruled out because if that was the case, that would have been having errors every freaking session.
Yeah, it's
Oh, yeah.
it has to have meaningful consequences. All right. So for session 28, you got 280 experience points for encounters. There wasn't actually any combat, but there were still encounters. And 1,120 for essentially clues and figuring things out, for a total of 1,400 experience points.
Cool.
Okay.